Cantankerous technology.
Good Lord, this is ridiculous. I don't even know if I'm streaming. I'm gonna play my theme. Oh no, I am streaming.
Let's have a look at the.
All right, the hell. Yeah, I'm streaming.
Yep.
All right. Streaming. StreamYard. God damn it. Anyway. Okay, we're good. Just gonna have that going because it'll be a while before picture. Anyway. Okay. This. I'll put the big camera on.
You stream directly to YouTube as well, don't you?
Yeah, StreamYard lets me do YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook all at the same time. What am I doing? Let's look at this. Hey, Celtic King. As Alex, we'll do proper introductions in a minute. We're just gonna shoot a video where we do a fun taste comparison. I'm anticipating it's fun anyway, but
look, it's alcohol. Fun's gonna be at some point.
Fun makes itself. Okay. Now, get our audio recorder happening. Make sure this is framed up right. And turn that on. Alrighty. Okay.
So, do you actually have that in front of the laptop? Or do you...
Oh, only when I'm shooting a video. They're all used to me doing this.
Fair.
All right, so... Right. A brief intro. We'll just roll it. G'day, cocktail lovers. It's a special night. I've got my friend Alex with me.
Hey, how's it going?
And I tell you what, Alex, being a man of style and distinction, brought a bottle of Hibiki whiskey with him. And I immediately thought, well, fine Japanese whiskey. Actually, I have whiskeys from around the world. Why don't we have a good old global shootout? Global supremacy of whiskey. Yeah, we're making old fashions. And besides Hibiki representing Japan, we have Starward, my favourites, Nova Single Malt, representing Australia. Representing the US of A. Okay, this might surprise you. This is from California.
I don't think I've had that one. Did you? Did you show that to me last time I was here?
I'm not sure. We can have a proper taste later, but they call it West of Kentucky, Sonoma County Distilling Company. It is bourbon. They follow the rules for bourbon. Most bourbon comes from Kentucky or Tennessee, but you can make it anywhere in the US. And this is from California. And representing Ireland, we have Teeling, one of the bigger Irish whiskies, single malt from them. And last but not least, Scotch. We've got Old Pulteney. Now, I decided not to do a peated one because I thought that would be too different to the others. And this is all very fancy. It's like, always for a 12-year-old Scotch. Honestly, it was on sale when I got it. I think you were saying the same for the big.
It was like it's valued at around just over $200. I got it for like $160-something. I was so baffled by just like, screw the consequences. I don't have the money in my account, but I will make the money.
Yeah. Oh, and for international viewers, for a comparison, that's about 4 bottles of Jack Daniels, the regular price. That's my international unit of measurement for expensive whiskies.
Oh, yeah.
Because both our currency exchange rate and the tax here can confuse people. So I say, okay, something a bottle of Jack Daniels, you could buy 4 of that for one of this. So yeah, and this is probably, the rest of them are probably 2 bottles of Jack Daniels. So they don't come in as high. But I've made old fashions with each of these, and we're just going to do a little taste test, see how different they are, and if we have a favorite. Do you want to start with the Hibiki?
You sure?
All right. So this is, I'm just doing mini ones because we're doing 5 old fashions. We are not doing 5 full-sized old fashions.
As much as I'd like to get Belotto, we got to pace ourselves somewhere.
Yeah, we might. You don't know. It's Friday night as we shoot this. Afterwards, who the hell knows what's going to happen? But anyway, it's going to try the old-fashioned Hibiki. Well, that's a treat, isn't it? That really plays up the sweetness. Oh, and some really solid whiskey flavor comes in right at the end for me.
I'm getting the aftertaste too.
Yeah, it's like first up, it was really accentuating the sweetness of the Hibiki.
So you got with the Hibiki, I find that it very much burns when you first have a drink of it, but as the taste kind of lingers, it centers down to a very nice nostalgic, I find, taste. Yeah, this one. I find that you put cinnamon in this, didn't you?
Bitters, yeah, and then cinnamon flavors and bitters, yeah.
I'm actually surprised that it's very overpowering. Like the added stuff in there is very overpowering to it. But it takes away the burn and gives it a nice. I want to say middle ground, but I don't think that's the right word for it.
Yeah, but it works really well. It makes a good office. Okay, look, for fun, let's go Scotch.
All right. Yep.
Look at that. And mismatch. We're in the mismatch class where you face because we just do little shot classes, but we're good. So, cheers, y'all.
Cheers.
I don't think that has the carry through that the Hibiki has.
No, it's very. It's a weak but bold kind of.
It's lighter. The flavour is nice. I don't dislike it. But the Hibiki just had this sneaky little follow through. It's like, yeah, it's whiskey. So that's the whole thing. Oh look, while we're let's go Irish. You got that one?
Yep.
Alrighty. So this is our Teeling one. Not bad. I probably don't like this as much as I like the other ones, actually.
It's more bitter. And the aftertaste, I'm starting to feel it now.
There is a bit of a, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't throw it back at someone who gave it to me, but
No.
this is, of the three so far, would be my least favorite, I think.
Mm.
But it's not bad. Alrighty.
Thank you.
Let's go with the bourbon.
Mm.
Ooh. Well, that's a new angle, isn't it? Ooh-ha.
It's yeah, it is slightly bitter and heavy.
Yeah, it's not as sweet as the other whiskies, I don't think. Nice character though. It's nice contrast to the other. Don't mind that at all. Alrighty. I'm going to finish up with local hero, distilled here in Melbourne, Star Wars Nova Single Malt. Ooh. Oh, I like. See, this is aged in former red wine barrels, and I think it's picked up that fruity sweetness.
Oh, I definitely get the sweetness. It's yeah, I can pick up the fruit flavor, the fruity sweet. It is light, but it's not like it's not too light. It's a nice balance. Light.
I think like the Scotch was light and it felt like there wasn't as much to it, where there's a bit more going on with the Nova. But I tell you what, for like pure whiskey heft, the Beaky came in there.
Yeah.
Because it's quite a sweet whiskey in itself. And initially I was getting with the sugar syrup and stuff like, oh yeah, that's a nice sweet taste. But it really finished whiskey strong. And I think if that's what you want, that's really going to do it for you. But a bit for everyone. And I think Nova remains one of my favorites. This is like my go-to. When people say, oh, if you could only ever have one whiskey the rest of your life and something you can just get off the shelf, what would it be? And I always say Nova does make a good old-fashioned. Mind you, it's a fun little trip around the world. Less expensive than jumping on a plane. And
you have to deal with what? The political nightmare from each individual Australia, which we're already in.
Yeah, we just have to deal with our own mess here. Really.
Jeez.
Well, I really enjoyed that. That really was something for everyone. I think, yeah, I wouldn't turn any down. The Irish whiskey was probably the one that worked least for me.
These two were the lower two. Probably this one was the last.
Yeah. I think we're kind of agreeing. This one's different in a good way for bourbon. And so I think my rating got almost in the row, but it would probably be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So just because I love the way the character of the Beaky came through, I rank it. And then the Nova, really nice drinking, then the bourbon, then the Scotch, then the Irish. Yeah, but tell you what, I love an old fashioned. I'm not going to turn it down, whatever the whiskey is.
Oh, it's alcohol. I'm not going to turn any alcohol down.
I did a taste test a while back. I got a little gift pack for Christmas. It was Jack Daniels, and it was their standard one plus the really special ones. And I made old fashions with them. I ended up liking the straight Jack Daniels Black Label best. Just, horses for courses. And that's what I see. Any whiskey makes a good old fashioned, in my humble opinion. And, we might be having some more off camera. Maybe drink responsibly. Yeah, maybe.
Look, we have to say drink responsibly because we're arguably speaking adults.
Yeah. And we're going to be responsible. Like, we've got a spare room for Alex to stay in so he's not driving home after doing this. But
look, I'm pretty sure this guy's going to try to tackle me if I try to drive home.
Yeah, but you see, fortunately, the offspring moved out. My son's bedroom became the bar. The daughter's bedroom just became a spare room, and we're all good. And we're going to sign off. Hope you enjoyed that little trip around the world. I enjoyed drinking it. Do you enjoy drinking it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. And we might even do some more. You all take care wherever you are, and hope to see you again sometime soon. But bye for now.
All right, take care. All right.
Oh, good. Ooh.
Now, this is the part where we start talking shit.
Oh yeah, we're going to sit down talking shit. Who's here? Nog's there. Ray's is there. Strictly Sega. Woo! Okay. So we just got to put some stuff out of the way so we don't trip over it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and we've got lots of things to talk to. And probably bring in another chair too.
Oh,
You could. We can move some of this crap, and you can sit on the bed.
Mm.
I'll actually. I'll remove the on-air side. Just get it out of the way. I don't want to make any more videos tonight. And we'll just move some crap. So Alex can sit. Dune. Go on, Messi.
You should see my room
Do you want to come? Yeah, you come through.
first.
And oh jeez. Up the map move. All right. What are we doing? All right. I'm gonna sit. Dune. Okay, who's here? Ray's quit his job. He's great. He's working on construction, and the bosses were all dicks, so we told him to go fuck themselves. So that's good. I like worker power.
Obviously, you're already done the right thing by calling your boss a dick.
Yeah. And okay, just a few. Ray's is in Perth. Noog's in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
Celtic, he lives in the country too. You had a 2-hour drive here tonight.
Mm.
Strictly Sake is also in Perth. Is there anyone else here? That's everyone who's here. It's still early. Okay, so we're all good. And we met at VidCon, yeah?
Yeah, it was it was your second VidCon, my first.
Mm.
I went in blind, didn't know what was going on. I just followed the crowds. I joined up with the networking group, which you were a part of.
Yeah,
and so many others. I went in there with a different mindset that I have right now because years of work have just made me tired, and depressed. But back then, I was all bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and I was eager to meet new people, network. I was terrified of my mind, being the introvert that I was.
Yeah.
But I was determined to make it work. And met up with a small group you were a part of, and you seemed to be wanting to engage with other people.
Yeah.
And we just kind of magnetized around each other as well as others. And it worked out. Yeah.
And some people might remember a while back, Alex and Amaris were both here. Amaris, as well, she had singing lessons tonight, and she's got this grand plan. She's busking to raise money for a trip. So she couldn't be with us tonight. Hopefully we'll have another get together before she does go on any trip.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Hello, honey, by the way. So Ray's, your mutual departure at work. I can never work for anyone who's fucking shorter than me, you mug cunt. Yeah, well, that's good employee-employer relationships, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Clear and open communication is what we're talking about there.
And if I get it, there'll be one day when I can say something similar to my boss. Because, she's an absolute piece of work, but one day.
Yeah, I actually feel bad. My work's good at the moment, but there have been certainly ones in the past, particularly when I was a contractor. Not often, but more than once, I walked out because someone was playing stupid games, like when bosses get when they're like vaguely threatening you and if you don't play it. And I just said to someone's face, I'm a contractor, right? You don't even have to give me warnings. You don't need a reason. You can just say, you don't need me. And then they looked stunned, and I walked away, and I sat at my desk for a while. The worst one, I sat at my desk for a while, and then I walked back and said, yeah, I'm leaving because in all conscience, I don't know what's going to happen if I stay here.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to see your face anymore. So see ya.
Good.
Yeah. It was just like literally, I was just going no, I'm sitting here thinking I should go back and punch him in the fucking head. No, that's not good. Don't say that. That's bad. Don't say that.
One time you don't let the intrusive thoughts come in.
Yeah. And it was a really intrusive thought.
Yeah.
And it was just like, I want to hurt that guy. And it's just like, that's unhealthy. And I'm just going to walk away because I could. So, and he was so freaking shocked. I'm sure he's used to playing stupid games with people.
And
I just
no
went,
one contesting his
yeah. Because they were permanents and they didn't want to lose their job. And I was just like, I'm not permanent. I don't care. Ah. And he was super shocked when I just went, I can't be here. It's just not good.
You're going to love that as its own reward when you can completely throw this arrogant prick right. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because he did this whole, when you get the, I'm going to talk to you about your performance sort of thing. And I was just like, you're just upset because I made you look stupid in a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
You look stupid because you're stupid. I didn't say that. I didn't even say that. But I knew what it was. It was like literally he had done something stupid.
I'm disappointed he didn't bring.
Yeah. And I'd spoken up really strongly and said, we can't be doing that for the following reasons.
Mm.
And so I made him look stupid. And it was this guy saying, the reason I made you look stupid is because you're stupid and you said a stupid thing. But yeah, I can think of one where I thought I was going to go because I work in IT and I was a business analyst, and the person who sort of manages a little project is a project manager who I report to. And this guy was just useless. Mm-hmm. And it was just a meeting where he was just doing a succession of wrong things, exasperating everyone, apparently completely unaware that he was exasperating everyone. And I was trying to explain to him, you just did a thing that we got told we shouldn't do. There's just a complex thing with the way the corporation worked. Mm-hmm. I said, we can't do that. And he's going, no. And I said, and you're doing that. And I mildly snapped and said, and honestly, I have no fucking idea what you want me to do. And I saw him flinch when I said fuck. And I went, oh, I've blown it. Because it was a bank. And I was like, Brit conservative. And I went, I've blown it there. And okay, he's upset. And so I walked. There was a guy who was in charge of all of the BAs, the business analysts. And I just went to him and said, well, I probably should tell you before anyone else did. Joe Bloggs was in here and it was a shit show. And reflexively, I wasn't thinking. And I literally said, I have no fucking idea what you want. And he seemed upset. And I was like really throwing myself on my sword. I swore at a guy. You're not really meant to do that, even though it wasn't particularly aggressive. And he just went, that guy sucks. He's so bad at his job. Really? And he's just going like, it's a big project. I'm just going to move you to work on something else so you'll never cross paths with him. And I'm like, oh, I should have told him to fuck off sooner.
So was he an idiot or a narcissist or?
He was out of his depth. Again, I was trying not to be too harsh on him, but it was just like, dude, why are you saying and doing the things you're doing? That doesn't make any sense. Mm. And look, that person across the table is really pissed off at you right now. Stop talking. He called someone on the phone and like he had someone's mobile and the guy said like, I can try and say, I'm actually on leave at the moment. And he's going, oh yeah, and kept going. And he just kept going. And the guy said something about being on leave again. And I'm just staring at the guy going, shut up, hang up. The guy's on holidays.
People are dumb.
And he was dumb. And I didn't even shout. It was just really level tone. I have no fucking idea what you want. Mm. And I was just going, oh, that's it. I blew it. But yeah, but it was so funny going to a manager and saying, I just told this guy I had no fucking idea what he wanted. Throwing myself on my sword here. And he just went, oh, no, I'm just going to move you so you don't have to see him anymore.
Jeez, you see me at my workplace. We have morning meetings in the, I work at Bunnings. So we have morning meetings in the atrium, which is not the atrium, the area next to the cafe, which is a massive area with outdoor settings and stuff. I'm not shy about swearing in the workplace.
It depends on which workplace, yeah.
So the manager will say, oh, we're doing this. And me being the arrogant little shit that I am, I'll just openly say, yeah, so this here happened today. We got shithead over here. He comes in and comes to my apartment, tries to tell me how to do my job. And I will say any swear word under the sun. But because I've been there for so long and I have a reputation, all they do is just shake their heads like, oh, jeez, why you talk? Why are you here?
Yeah.
But I'm kind of in that position where I've been there so long and I do a good enough job that they can't fire me.
Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Also, Dr. Abigail asking, have I butted? Honestly, I just realized what you're saying. I could flatter myself and say Alex looks like a younger version of me. that he's maturing slowly. Just
I mean, look, we're wearing the same bloody
we've got
colours.
we've got
Same-
similar, yeah, glasses, beardy, round heads.
Look, I swear it wasn't planned.
Yeah, we didn't consult on shirts today or anything like that, but that's fine. About swearing, I remember one workplace, and it was fun. We had this little team, we're off in the corner away from people,
Mhm.
and we were all a bit sweary, so we had a swear jar. And once we said, "Oh yeah, we should," we're getting a bit careless. The swear jar, you got to put I forget. I think we were only saying 20 because this was a while ago. I think we were only saying 20 cents if you swore,
Mhm.
and everyone was going like, "I hope you got your wallet with you," like because they were saying I was going. And then so I just stopped swearing, and I was just going,
Really?
no, and I was just going like, "You all think I'm going to pay all the money, and you're all going to pay money before me," and everybody else was paying money. And for like 3 or 4 weeks, I
Mhm.
hadn't sworn once. I hadn't put anything in there, and they were like, "I don't believe this." And I came out of this meeting with this absolute dickhole manager, and he pushed me right to my limit. And the meeting finally ended, and I walked out. And I walked back to like the team area, and I'm like, "How much is it a swear?" And they're like 20 cents. And I got my wallet out and put a $5 note in, and just went, "Fucking cunt just did this bullshit, and I'm gonna fucking stab him if he does it again." And my favorite thing is when I said to my manager, like, "Am I going to get in trouble if I go over there and just punch him in the fucking head?" And my manager just laughed and went, "I don't think I could protect you if you did that." Like, he didn't say don't do it. He didn't say the guy doesn't deserve it. He just says, "No, I probably can't protect you if you actually assault him."
Well, is this still the bank job that you
No,
did
this
before?
was an insurance company.
Oh,
So-
jeez. Well, you like to hope he has insurance.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, this guy sucked so much. And although I owe him one because I was like a permanent employee there, and I wanted to get out, and I was talking to agencies, and they were saying, "Oh, why don't you contract? You make heaps of money as a contractor."
Mm.
And I went into contracting. So thanks to not being able to work with this guy anymore, I left and made lots more money as a contractor. It was like victory. I was thinking, okay, we had a celebratory taste of the Beaky before starting because it was a new bottle, and I was just referencing, seeing that's Alex's favorite. I have a couple of Japanese whiskies.
Mm-hmm.
We could do a comparison.
Works for me.
All right. Not saying we're going under the table tonight, but we're going to have a couple of drinks. So, okay, this one's the funny name. Like, it's from the Nika distillery, which is one of the big distilleries, but it says coffee malt, and a lot of people think that means coffee, the drink.
Yeah.
It's a type of still named after a guy called Coffee.
Oh.
But it always makes people think that, was that coffee flavored whiskey? I do have coffee flavored whiskey if you want to try some.
I'm not a fan of coffee, but I'll give it a try.
Neither am I, but I kind of like this now. In the mysterious cupboard of mystery, where's the other? This is all the overflows.
Like, have you shown the amount of alcohol to?
Oh yeah, I took the webcam over here one time. Everyone knows what's in here.
I was making a joke earlier that he could. He has the potential to have his own bloody brewery. Or at least a bar with the amount of alcohol in this room alone. It's quite impressive.
Oh, yeah, it's that poor impulse control.
Hey, look, you say poor impulse control. I say well-intentioned investment.
Also, another running joke is that at least it's my son's bedroom, and he used to like going fancy dress with his friends, and some of his costume remnants are here. There's a whole bunch of hats, which Dr. Abigail insists on calling the sex hats. She's like, so that's for when you're having kinky sex, isn't it? That's why those hats are in there, because there's a policeman hat in there too. Half the village people are represented.
Well, okay, so next time in Melbourne, I might be borrow.
Yeah, there's some hats in there. Yes. But all right, so we've got two.
I'll bring up the
Just the Hibiki, which is the really fancy one.
Oh yeah.
But so this is Hatadaki pure malt. I think these are all blended whiskies. The Japanese love blended whiskies. They're not as big on single malts.
Yes.
They're not as big on single malts as everyone else. So
Yeah, I think it's just the direction they want to go for. Is it the signature kind of?
Mm.
Yeah.
The folklore for Japanese whiskey distilling is in the early 20th century. some guy who liked whiskey went to Scotland to learn all about it. And as anyone who's looked at any aspect of Japanese culture, if Japanese people decide they want to get good at something, they get real good at it. And so Japanese whiskey is most influenced by Scotch whiskey. But yeah, they do really like blends. From the Kayako distillery, from Akashi City. I don't know Japan's geography at all, so I don't know why I'm even looking. I don't know what that is. Here, have a little taste of this one and see what you think. This is a much lighter color than the Hibiki. It's almost clear compared to the Hibiki, actually. Oh, sorry, you hate the creepy face. You know what? Just for you, Dr. Abigail, to not traumatize you, the creepy face bottle in the back.
Is that bloody
Tequila.
Spanish, Mexican
tequila. There you go. I completely understand. It is a kind of creepy face. Well, it is a death mask. So Day of the Dead thing.
Ooh.
It is a nice aroma, isn't it? Doesn't smell as sweet as the Hibiki, I don't think.
No, I feel like you got a lot of what's the main ingredient for alcohol? It smells like light terps, but it's got a lot of sweetness to it.
It has got that kind of vague nail polish remover
That's
going on.
No, yeah, not nail polish, but yeah, you get the general idea.
Smells like alcohol is what we're saying.
Yeah, it tastes like nail polish.
It's a bit more astringent than the Hibiki, isn't it?
It's like the initial flavor when it hits you, it's nail polish. But when you give it a few seconds, the flavor does taste to a strong but mild flavor in your mouth.
It's got a finish. It stays with you. But it's not mellow drinking like the Hibiki. All right, so we'll try the Nikka. Anything about Nikka Whiskey Distilling Company? They make a lot of stuff. See, there's even a picture. That's a coffee still. Also just known as a column still, but it was invented by a guy called Coffee, which theoretically makes a smoother whiskey because it's filtered multiple times as it goes through that column. A lot of gin distilleries will use those. In fact, I think all gin distilleries use those column. Let's try the Nikka. Ooh. Oh, yummy. There's almost a grapey thing in there. Kind of sits between them, I think.
Like when you first taste and everything, it's similar to this one over here, but it's more got a stronger flavor to it, but it doesn't kick you in the teeth.
Yeah.
And then when you swallow it, you got the aftertaste, which it kind of feels like it's building up a little bit.
I'm getting weird fruity things like even apple, like just lingering, just this vague lingering thing.
I'm not getting the fruit vibe, really. But it is a pleasant, it's not a sharp taste. It's a very pleasant taste.
EOR on Twitch. Hello. What did you miss? Oh, just us drinking, really. Friend Alex joining me this evening. Okay, now we should have some more Hibiki.
Yes.
We should round out with another swig of Hibiki. Yes. Oh, no, this is live, EOR. Actually, no, it's just a very cleverly scripted, pre-recorded video. We are the masters of fake live streams.
Well, we may have the help of AI technology.
Oh.
Just predicting.
Sorry. Okay, EOR. Okay, to fill you in,
I'm being generous.
Wow, that's a pour. We're going Habiki mad here. Okay, now here's a little tip. A guy from a local distillery told me with these glasses to actually hold it like this because you're actually deliberately warming it up with your hand because it starts to really fast, and even cover the top.
I've heard about this method, yeah.
So the aromas build up a bit. Give it a bit of time, and then just see what comes out. It's like, and you don't have to stick your nose right in when you've done that. And it's like,
My cousin's husband mentioned this at a birthday party. It just even doing this changes the flavor.
Yeah, it releases the flavor differently.
Yeah, like as before about it, the smell has a slightly sharp but a lower kind of intensity to it. But now when you heat it up, it's a mild. It goes from sharp to mild.
Yeah, I think it improves it. Actually, I'm wondering if this is one of the ones where a few drops of water releases extra flavors.
Oh, we'll try this and then we'll try again.
We're apparently going to drink a lot of Habikis.
Hey, look, I brought it here to share, but since Ammo isn't here to share with us, more for us.
Okay, and I also just going to explain to EOR on Twitch. I'm using a service called StreamYard that lets me stream to multiple platforms at once. So some people watch me on Twitch, most people watch me on YouTube, some even on Facebook. And Ray's, look, I know I've been super clumsy, but on the plus side, I appear to be more clumsy when I'm sober. So
what does that tell you about your life?
Couple more drinks and I'll be the steadiest guy around.
So can I challenge you to parkour then?
Yeah. Again, for anyone who missed it last time, when Alex and Maurice were both here and we went off to the park and
that was great.
There was a hidden stealth trampoline on the this sounds like I'm making something up, but it's this ground level thing that during the day you would see it and it's like for kids to bounce on. At night, everything was dark and I didn't see it. And I stepped and the ground just disappeared beneath me because I was on a trampoline which gave way and I face planted. I didn't really hurt myself, but it was a surprise.
Yeah, like I was on this rise just watching Ammo just trying to, I don't know, climb.
Yeah, she climbed up the big web thing.
Yeah, this web thing that links up to a slide.
Big slide.
And all I hear behind me says, "Ooh, turn around," panicking, thinking, "Oh shit, did you break it? Something? You wanted to hurt yourself?" Thinking we're here to have drinks and we're fucking ourselves up before the major thing.
So EOR, to fill you in, you watched Doctor Who Holiday Special with your best friend. Watched a Lifetime movie with another friend. Nice. That's what it's all about. Yeah, cool. So I'm assuming, or I could be wrong, but I was kind of assuming you were talking about the most recent ones, which are quite fun. They're on Disney. It's on Disney Plus now.
Oh, just Disney has everything now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they just bought, and they literally, when they were negotiating with the BBC, they were like, BBC, you can keep running it, but we have worldwide rights to it, and we will give you X million dollars for the privilege. And the BBC's gone, cool.
No.
But they were good fun, the specials. There was like 3 with David Tennant, and
I haven't actually seen them, mostly because when they introduced the female doctor, I was excited to see that they were going for a new role, but I was sad that they got all politically correct with her.
Well, most people just don't like the scripts from that those seasons.
Yeah, which is sad because
she is good.
She's good.
She's great. She's in a bunch of stuff, but she's good. Most people feel a bit let down by the scripts in those ones. But they're having a bit of fun with these new ones, like where you've inexplicably got David Tennant has reappeared as the Doctor.
And I'm not surprised. He's everyone's top favorite.
Yeah. And then they explain that, and then we get the transition to the new Doctor, Ncuti Gatwa, where he's apparently just going to be Mr. Style. I've seen just the teasers for the upcoming season, and he's just wearing something different and like super cool, and everyone's like, "Yeah, I'm the Doctor with style."
I'm looking forward to it. Like, as much as you've always got your favorite Doctor. And
Oh, of course.
You're sad that they wrap up their role,
Yeah.
but I'm looking forward to seeing what this new Doctor can,
Mm.
regardless of color and whatnot. You want to see what they've got in stock for the series and what they can personally bring to the show.
Yeah, he's a good actor too. I don't know if you ever saw there's a Netflix series, Sex Education.
Yeah, I'm talking about. Is it actually called Sex?
It's called Sex Education. Yeah,
I haven't been on Netflix in like 2 years, dude.
All right, no, it's a pretty funny show. It's a weird fantasy, basically, of this school where everyone's accepted and all the kids are really open about sex and whatnot, and but it's quite entertaining. And Shooty's in that. What's funny is he's playing a teenager in that. He's 30 now. But he's kind of believable as a teenager. But as soon as he's in Doctor Who and they dress him like an adult and he's physically, he's not a teenager.
That's on. Have they taken a similar role to like that Big Mouth series? Am I saying it right? That the one about those monsters.
The animated one.
Yeah.
Big Mouth. Well, Big Mouth is intrinsically silly, which is what I like about it.
For clarification, I've never seen it because I feel like any adult sees it may be a sus individual.
Well, that's what some people question. Like, should we have a show about kids discovering sexuality?
Arguably speaking, good for a form of education, which I'm all for learning and bringing us up. But when it comes to having children involved, it's kind of I don't think I'm allowed to see this.
Yeah, and it's all they're never actually having sex; they're just talking about sex all the time. But yeah, it's kind of like the writers of the show reliving their tortured preteen and teen years. It's pretty funny. It's an absolutely ridiculous show. And again, they have hormone monsters. It's like all bits of your subconscious get represented physically. And it's quite funny. Yeah, Strict Sega knows what we're talking about. Big Mouth. So, sorry, I just missed that. EOA, you haven't seen much Doctor Who? Yeah. Dude, you can dip in and out. There's the really old stuff, which is kind of interesting and endearing because it's so low budget. It's the stuff I grew up with.
But it's impressive that they did so much for so little.
Yeah. I do love the rebirth of it.
That was in like 2001?
Yeah. 15, somewhere between 15 and 20 years ago. I don't even remember.
Oh, they did well with it when they brought it back. With,
Chris Eccleston, he was awesome. And it's just like, but he never wanted to stay. And because they didn't know if it would, how I understand it, they didn't know if it would work. So they only gave him a 1-year contract. And he's like, okay, fair enough.
I was under the impression that they wanted him again, but they had a falling out.
He just said he didn't want to do it anymore. Yeah. And certainly down the line, he thoroughly disliked the people who were running the show. Like in the anniversary one where old doctors came back,
he refused to join in.
He straight up said, I'll come back if these people are running it. If these people are running it, fuck you. And the ones he didn't like were running it. He's just going, no, I'm not doing it.
Which it's a shame because, like, if you've got bad history of these people, whatever. That's on you. How do you face your demons? But at the same time, you missed out an opportunity to be a part of the series, the world again.
Yeah, but he does a lot of other stuff, and I also think a part of me is just like he's going, I don't want to be typecast as well. But Matt Smith hasn't been typecast. David Tennant hasn't been typecast.
Oh yeah, I like to think that their own personalities, their own as an actor, really shined through.
Yeah, absolutely. But also the old series, most of those actors were never known better for anything than they were known for Doctor Who. Mm-hmm. Whereas, the modern ones do a lot of other stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of how the industry works, really. Mm. If you're not constantly in the limelight or some kind of within the within the current media, you become irrelevant.
Yeah, you disappear really quickly. So people often wonder, why do actors take obviously shitty jobs? You look into it, actors are really paranoid that they just won't get another job.
Yeah.
Even big name actors are worried they won't get another job.
Like it happened with if you look into like Mark Hamill and a lot of the
Yeah.
characters from Star Wars, they didn't get any other jobs after Star Wars because people thought, oh, you're Luke Skywalker, we only want you to be Luke Skywalker, nothing else.
Yeah.
So he picked up a job as voice acting, like the Joker from a lot of the.
He did
animated.
so much voice stuff in video games and animations.
I think it's because people didn't visually see Mark Hamill; they only
hear the voice. He did really well as the voice actor. Harrison Ford's the only one who had a really big career.
I don't know. The world just loves him.
Don't they? Yeah. Well, there was that like 10, 15-year period where anything he was in was like an instant hit.
Well, to be fair, it's Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Like, I mean, seriously, like being Han Solo and Indiana Jones, and then just a series of dramas. And what the guy was gold for about 15, 20 years. And
now he kind of rotted his mind with Chris Meth, was it at the time? Or was
God, I don't know. He's just really old. I don't know. Oh, Carrie Fisher was different. Like Carrie Fisher became a writer, and she was actually quite successful as a writer. I read one of her books. They're like memoirs. I read one of them, and she's a good writer. Yeah. Oh yeah, Harrison Ford did have a couple of really good roles before Star Wars, but he had huge roles afterwards.
Wait, I thought he only became an actor because of Star Wars. I heard he was just a janitor at the set of Star Wars.
Oh God, I don't know about that. I don't know that story. I don't know.
I don't know if it's true, but that's what I heard. That he only got the job from Star Wars because he was performing maintenance work at the set.
He's a carpenter.
He's
a carpenter.
The original actor they had, the Star Wars, didn't show up, and he was there, and they just asked, "Look, you want to get on set and try this role?" And he just got it.
Yeah.
Like, good on him.
Okay, see, that's a good catch. I actually, The Conversation is a Gene Hackman movie from the 70s. He was in Apocalypse Now as well, not in a big role, but he was in it. Oh yeah, and yes, he was in, what was these Jack Ryan movies? Clear and Present Danger.
Is that the one where he's on the plane?
Oh no, that's where he's the president.
Yeah,
get off my plane. Air Force One. Yeah, the president kicking ass. No, but he's a CIA guy. Jack Ryan was, who was the first one? Alec Baldwin was in The Hunt for Red October. Then Harrison Ford was in Clear and Present Danger, and another one, Patriot Games.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's not bad. And then they cast someone else again, and then there was a TV series for one of the streaming things. Lots of spin-offs. I think freaking Chris, what's his name, who was in the Star Trek reboot?
Wasn't?
No. I'm going to say Ryan, but it's not Ryan. But yeah, they kept recasting the Jack Ryan role. There's a whole bunch of them. Real life Joe Dirt. Yes, Harrison Ford is the real life Joe Dirt. Jesus. So yeah, I've never seen Air Force One or Clear and Present Danger. Oh gosh, I think I saw Red October just a couple of weeks ago. You just sit down on the TV and you go, "What's on?" Oh, Red October's on. I'm watching. It's like 30-year-old film where you look at all the actors and go, "Man, they were all young once. They're not anymore."
You got iconic ones like Sean Connery. Like,
yeah, oh my God, he's so good. Yes, the Russian with a Scottish accent. Yeah. Chris Pine, thank you, Dr. Abigail. Chris Pine also got cast as Jack Ryan in at least one movie.
So just for clarification, Dr. Abigail, are you actually a doctor, or is that just your username?
Well, she's a Scientologist. No, science.
Oh, Lord.
No, a scientician. She's not a Scientologist. Oh, dear. Yes, Alec Baldwin was the original Jack Ryan. And did you ever watch the series 30 Rock, the comedy series?
Oh, I don't recall. I don't think so.
It's basically like a fictional version of Saturday Night Live. It's these people who are trying to do a weekly comedy show.
Mm-hmm.
30 Rock is the NBC building in New York, 30 Rockefeller Place. So it's the real NBC building, but they're like a jokey version of an imaginary version of Saturday Night Live. And because most people, because they're comedians, are kind of lefties. Alec Baldwin plays like the studio head, who's just this hugely conservative, hugely suave man, and he's just the power guy, and the rest of them, they're just proles. He's so funny, kind of like Nick Offerman in Parks and Rec. Have you seen Parks and Recreation?
Yeah,
the same
not a lot, not all of them, but
I've seen some. It's kind of like, like they're all really earnest, except Nick Offerman is just like, this is all bullshit. He's so funny. It's like both these shows that are like, progressive type characters, progressive type stories, and like the strongest, most likable character in both of them is this hugely conservative man.
He plays John Swanson.
Ron Swanson.
Ron Swanson.
There's a burger.
Him, he's great.
There's a burger place in town that has a burger they call the Ron Swanson. It's like double meat, double bacon.
Why do we go there for dinner?
Because it's too far away. But if you're ever in during the day, we can go there because I've gone there often enough. If I walk in, the guy goes, Ron Swanson. And I'm like, Ron Swanson.
Yeah, most people would be ashamed of going to a store, and you got these people that think, I remember your order. I like going to places so often that they just say it's like the usual, right?
Yeah.
Like, fucking hate.
This guy just wants to. You reckon 30 Rocks? Okay, I was saying I reckon 30 Rock is basically like it's a fictional version of Saturday Night Live. Do you reckon it's not? And I would, if you have more information or a better theory, EOR, I'm prepared to go with it. But the one line I will always remember of the conservative guy who runs the studio, he'd been asking like the head writer for the show to write him a script. He's got to be at some very high profile event, and she keeps saying she'll do it. She hasn't done it, and it's like a Friday night, and she runs into him, and he's wearing a tuxedo, and she's going, "Oh my god, I haven't written the speech for you yet. Oh my god, I'm so sorry." And he just goes, "It's not till next week." And she goes, "Well, why are you wearing a tuxedo?" And he goes, "It's after 6. We're not farmers." What the fuck? It's such a funny line. She's like, "The fuck are you even asking for? I'm a man about town. I'm wearing a tuxedo." It was just such a funny line. Oh dear. So, okay, who's got a question? Ray's got a question. Did we see? Oh yes. Okay. So the American House of Reps actually passed a thing that said,
I heard about that.
TikTok has to divest itself of any Chinese ownership or they'll ban it. So they're giving them a time frame. And of course, okay, it's also got to go further. It's got to be signed into law by the president.
Their legal system is so weird. They have to go through so many steps, and then they get to what they think is the last step. It has to go up to the presidency after that. Yeah. Which Biden has said if it gets to that point, he's going to approve it.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just like they're threatening them and saying, no one data mines our citizens, but our companies. I thought the best Simpsons meme. Do you remember? I love Simpsons memes. I have a real weakness for them. And there was from the very old one where they go to Itchy and Scratchy Land and it's all going tits up. And Homer sort of is pointing at the robot. No one ruins my family vacation except me and maybe the boy.
Yeah.
Someone had done the labels and Homer's like the United States government and Bart is all the social media companies, Google and Facebook and whatnot. and the caption is no one surveils and data harvests our citizens except me and maybe the boy.
You gotta love the golden age of the Simpsons. They just
the first 8 to 12 years is just gold.
Oh, that's it.
We were having a conversation, and apologies if anyone's going to ask me, have I watched any new ones? I haven't. Some people were saying in the last year or two, it's gotten good again, or maybe just good in comparison to what it had been for the previous 10 years.
From what I haven't seen a lot of the newest episodes. From what I have seen and heard from multiple people, you got the golden age of the Simpsons. Then after the golden age, it went down to the shit age of Simpsons. And it kind of like fluctuates a lot.
Yeah.
And in the most recent, maybe 2-3 years, it is both balancing and rising.
That's what someone had said, that it's better than it was. And so I kind of promised I'd watch some to see if I thought, because I watched some that were from like, say, 5 or 10 years ago, which was what everyone was saying was the low point. I'm watching go, there's like 1 or 2 good laughs in an episode. And you go, that's a pretty shit hit rate for a half-hour show to have 1 or 2 laughs in it.
You got to think about it in a logical aspect. With The Simpsons, barring the golden age of The Simpsons, they are an animation franchise that is stayed afloat for regardless
30 odd years,
and sometimes regardless of writer, there's nothing to do, and they will have a few off animations, but regardless, they are such an occult classic. They've kept going, and
apparently it's one of the most expensive shows to advertise on.
Yeah,
because it's just got a guaranteed audience. So,
which is good on them for.
That's what it was like. Even if I hate something, like if some pop star selling $1 million and I hate their music, it's like good for them. They're doing the thing. Good for them.
Yeah, good for The Simpsons. They have done so well in the whole grand scheme of things that even though they fail a few, you can understand that if they fail a few episodes, it's could be. Barring the writers, there's nothing. There's no ideas. They've done virtually everything, and what they're doing now is focusing on current day events and all the stuff for material. As you've seen, you may have seen in a few of the most recent episodes. It's similar to South Park. They focus on the current events,
current event stuff,
for material and. Good on them for finding material and working with it.
So I was just looking for a reference. Doug watched the HBO series Rome that does have Julius Caesar's assassination, but doesn't have Et tu, Brutus. Yes, and as someone else said, that is Shakespeare. That's from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, the person who did a theatre degree when he was at uni. The line is Et tu, Brute, then fall Caesar. It's basically when all the conspirators stab Caesar and he's going, oh my God, I've been stabbed several times. And Brutus is the last one to drive a knife in. And Brutus was Caesar's most trusted ally and is going, well, shit, if you're stabbing me, I guess I'm fucked. And he dies. So that's where that comes from. That is Shakespeare. So, your parents said, no more Simpsons after watching the robot episode. That's a very... you were less than 10 watching
you poor
where
soul.
Itchy and Scratchy robots go crazy and start killing everyone. That was actually where that line I was quoting comes from. No one ruins the family holiday except me and maybe the boy.
My mum hated The Simpsons so much. It was the tipping point was when one of the Treehouse of Horror episodes where at the end there's a fog that turns everyone inside out.
That was really graphic. Yeah.
That was her. That was like, that's enough. No more Simpsons. But as a kid and being a little shit, it's like, there are more TVs in my house. I'll just go hide in that room with the TV.
A funny story I remember, like, because Bart was so sassy, everyone's going like, this is a terrible show. It's making kids sass their parents. And Matt Groening was always saying, oh, grow up. It's a cartoon. Raise your kids properly. TV doesn't have that much control. And then like 10 years later, he had kids. I saw him do an interview going, I just want to apologize to everyone. When I said that kids don't repeat everything they see, because they do.
Actually, what's his situation with the whole Simpsons thing? So he obviously is still credited for it, but
for the credit. No,
I hear that he's not really a part of the
Simpsons. No, he sold any rights to it like 15 years ago or longer. So he has no input. As my understanding, he hasn't had any input for 15, 20 years.
I heard there was a case, wasn't sure.
That's my understanding. And that involved an absolutely humongous amount of money to just buy him out.
Like, good on him, but at the same time, buddy, what are you doing?
Well, it's kind of like when George Lucas sold Star Wars to Disney, like for a literal $1 billion.
It was like $2.3 billion.
Yeah, it's just like... it was a lot. Yeah. Let's just go a lot.
In the billions.
Yeah, and it was just like dude, I understand why you said yes. It's just
I was conflicted when I was I was all on the like Facebook and the YouTube looking at this whole transaction happen and like thought to myself, buddy, what the fuck are you doing? But at the same time, Disney, you could bring out more Star Wars content. So I was kind of conflicted, thinking
Yeah.
Disney being the conglomerate, fucking.
yeah. But see, I always forgive them because they brought out Rogue One and Andor, which is
Yes.
the best Star Wars. That stuff's so good.
I don't understand. Like, there was a time not too long ago where you got some corporate managers up there were just pissing on those two.
Yeah.
It's like, this is the worst Star Wars movie I've had. Like, buddy, they were so good.
The best. Yeah, I love those. So sorry, just to raise Looney Tunes. I grew up on Looney Tunes,
Mhm.
including they used to still stream the really racist ones.
Was that the old one where Daffy Duck was a German?
Oh no, they were just all. There was some just super racist one, like, you know, the most extreme stereotypes of black people.
Oh, I remember that one.
Of Native Americans and whatnot. And it was funny because there was a period. Apparently, some people were even mad about Speedy Gonzalez, but I always thought Speedy Gonzalez I thought he was positive.
Yeah.
These other ones, not so much. But that one. But there was a period where, like, when stuff was being released on video, they were just like, we're not going to put any of the really dodgy stuff on video. But then they did it like as an historical record. And there's just a message at the start. You go, hey, this was made in this period. Everyone thought it was cool then. It clearly isn't. But we're including it in the collection as a part of the historical record. And we think, you know, you need to judge it with like, yeah, that's kind of shit, but we don't want to pretend it never happened.
I do find it ridiculous that you find that a lot of people that are politically correct in the movement, they want to erase those elements in history, and that's dangerous.
It's okay. There's two schools. It's like you do genuinely, I think, get some people who want to say it didn't happen, but there's because am I going to shock anyone by saying I'm a radical leftist who would have Karl Marx going, steady on, buddy. You're going to be far. Actually, no, he killed billionaires. So I haven't actually killed any oligarchs. So.
Look, I don't know. I mean, one less billionaire in the world, maybe for the better.
God, I saw this social media post and I fair pissed myself. It was just because the build-up was like, look, I'm telling you, just once. We have to do it just once. Eat one billionaire and the rest will fall into line. And it was such an unexpected twist.
How would that work? Like, would you put the billionaires in some kind of like Hunger Games ritual or something?
So you just catch one of them and put them on a rotisserie in the town square. I don't know. It was just such an unexpected twist. I cracked up when I read that.
Jeez.
But yeah, but the one thing I am legit on board with is don't pretend shitty people from history who've been lauded as heroes really were heroes. Actually tell the truth.
Yeah.
My personal favorite was when people in North and South America say there shouldn't be a Columbus Day. Columbus was a murdering, child raping piece of shit. And people who actually don't know history going, you've got to judge him by the period of the time. So by the period of his time, his patrons, the Spanish royalty, the people who ran the Spanish Inquisition, they were like, oh, fuck that guy. Someone arrest him.
Yeah.
They were, at the time, what he was doing was so extreme. The Spanish royalty fucking said, oh no, fuck that guy. Oh my God, how did we ever get involved with him?
It was so stupid how they covered up his terrible deeds. Like some person back in America or wherever it is, had to write a book about his travels, about his biography or whatever, and he purposely kept the darker shit out of it just so he could sell the book. Oh, what a
there's the whole thing of people wanting to sugarcoat things, but it's ridiculous. So EOI, your favorite Looney Tunes, Wile E. Coyote.
Oh yeah,
caught the Roadrunner, and the Roadrunner was bigger. There were some extremely good Roadrunner Wile E. Coyote ones and some very not as good ones as well. Particularly once you got into the 70s, they were doing cheap, crappy stuff.
I found that the Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner in general was really well done.
Yeah.
It was didn't require any voice actors. It was just
that was the fun part.
Yeah.
No voice actors.
It was just
visual
random
storytelling.
lightning.
Yeah. No, it's very good. And sorry, I'm just thinking all the cross-dressing Bugs Bunny episodes.
Oh, geez.
Where he was seducing either Elmer Fudd or Yosemite Sam, and it's just like, what were the writers working through when doing this episode?
Good on them for, at the time. They were just doing some stupid shit, and because it's Bugs Bunny, they can get away with it.
Yeah, they get away with some wacky stuff.
Yeah. Oh man, it was crazy.
Okay. No. See, because Ray's is trying to move back to America, so it's like, yeah, we all know. Don't say anything that could be found by their border control.
Like, why would you want to go back to America?
Because his fiance is there, and also he's going to a nice part, North Carolina, which is a very nice country as well.
I would argue because it's still America.
Whereas it's horses for courses. Oh my god! No, the cat and the skunk. Yes.
What's his name?
Pepe Le Pew.
Yeah, that's it.
It's I feel Pepe Le Pew with the molestation and
the stalking.
Oh,
jeez.
But the weird one, there were several different Pepe Le Pew ones where at a certain point the female cat, because it was always a cat.
Yes.
I
think it was the same cat, wasn't it?
Yeah. Will always look the same.
Yeah.
And somehow mysteriously got a white stripe down its back, so Pepe Le Pew thought it was a skunk.
Uh-huh.
But there were at least two. I remember at least two different ones where it finishes with the cat actually being enamored of Pepe Le Pew.
I remember those.
And aggressively chasing him, and Pepe's suddenly like freaking out, like, "Wait, what? Please take no for an answer. What are you doing?"
It was all about I found like with Pepe Le Pew, it was all about the chase.
Yeah. So if he got chased, it freaked him out.
I remember one episode. It was same with the cat, like had a white stripe or something, and just randomly started bouncing around, just exactly like Pepe Le Pew just after him, and they were going over the bloody hills into the sunset, and it was, jeez.
And it was always really wacky what setup they would do so the cat would end up with a white stripe down its back, because they're doing it in the first 30 seconds of the cartoon, and they're somehow setting up a thing. So for whatever weird reason, the cat's now got a white stripe down its back. So Pepe Le Pew thinks it's a skunk. Very weird. Oh, okay. Dr. Abigail's getting all the good stuff. Uber food and a gorgeous French lady. Nice. Oh, there you go. Well, that's a high point for the evening. We just had really overworked people where we were
the poor bastards.
We got ramen, and it's really good. And it's so funny. Went off to get some stuff from the supermarket while they were making it, and came back, and I realized that stuff was there, and I was trying to catch someone's attention. Like, I think that sounds it. And finally someone, oh, yeah, it's that. And one of the women who'd been standing there, she's like, there was just a thing like, what? Oh, it was right there all along? Okay, I've had a tough shift.
It's one of those moments where you mentally shut down, and you just, oh shit. My heart goes out to those poor bastards.
Yeah, it's like you could just. This was the reaction of someone who's had a really tough shift. It's just like, what? Sorry. Oh, all my higher cognitive functions just went away, and I'm back now. I'm back.
We've all been there.
Yeah, I just had to shake my head clear, and now I'm back. It was pretty funny, but really felt for her. But yeah. So, that was Baby's Day Out is a movie, isn't it? I don't know. It sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't know what it was. So, yeah. All right. But yeah, I love the rambling conversation. We've gone on to Looney Tunes. I'm trying to think other weird shit from old-timey TV.
Betty the Boot.
Oh, that's really old Betty Boot.
Yeah.
That's like 20s and 30s.
I was introduced to that when I was, bloody hell, I think it was maybe 10, 12 or something like that. Had no idea that the existence of cartoons outside of Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
And my auntie just showed me all this stuff, thinking that this is the greatest thing of ever. I was like, "What? This is all the timey fun, crazy shit."
There are some full-on surrealist Betty Boop ones.
Ooh, yeah.
Like particularly they did some Halloween ones. LOR, we're sending you to sleep. Good.
Ha!
Because I feel like people join from all sorts of time zones, and sometimes we get people from like North America, and I'm going, okay, are you like an insomniac or an early riser? Because it's some weird hour for you right now.
Well, given the state of the world, like you got gamers, you got workers, and all that crap. Like I find that state of sleep is a suggestion, not.
Yeah. Oh yes, Betty Boop was in Roger Rabbit. Yes.
You mean Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yeah,
that was a great movie.
It was. Oh my god! And you can find. I'm sure if you've got a disc, it's extra features, but you can find stuff on YouTube of behind the scenes because that was literally hand painted cell animation.
Mm-hmm.
So all the actors on set are using various props to represent characters, and then someone in a studio is layering cells over it and painting frame by frame the cartoon characters old school. And it's just like,
you got to respect, like
wow.
they worked hard in the industry they had back then.
Yeah, that's like thousands of individual images in that movie. And you can see, like, you can find some of the making of stuff on YouTube. It's absolutely wild. And you got incredible what they did.
And like comparing like animation now to then they had to have a form of care for their own work to make out for the art of brilliance that they could portray with those animations. Now you got these current day ones which studio workers just think it's a job.
Yeah, and also with modern technology, one person can do stuff that used to take 20 people to do. So
that's not a bad thing.
And it's not universally good either. But yeah, I mean, you can't turn back time, but you then get really great independent stuff where one person does create an amazing thing. But it's wild. Yes, no, technically you don't have to respect it. But we as good people choose to respect people who do good work. Milked goats when you're 5 and 6 for a woman who was more into Betty Boop than anyone you've ever met. Smoked indoors, adoptive grandmother's home, could talk like I've never heard. Wow, that honestly sounds like fun. Milking goats and getting Betty Boop taught you. Because again, you can get some of these old Betty Boop things on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
And particularly the Halloweeny ones, the spooky ones, they're trippy as hell.
The musical one,
the musical ones. Yeah.
Everyone knows of it because the fucking meme culture and everything.
Yeah.
I love them because they're bringing old stuff back. And it really works well. Yeah.
But there's some absolutely surreal animations done in like the 20s and 30s. God, 100 years ago now. Oh my God. Okay. Well, 90 years anyway.
What's a really weird one from back in that era?
Well, besides early, what they used to call them, they had Merry Melodies and Looney Tunes, and Popeye the Sailor Man was very strange.
I was gutted when I heard they cancelled the Popeye movie for the Emoji Movie.
Oh God!
Oh, gutted! What the hell were they thinking?
That's a horrible trade-off, and while fully admitting I haven't watched the Emoji Movie.
I haven't even.
I don't feel like I need that in my life.
I don't want to poison my mind with it.
No.
Actually, speaking about old-timey cartoons, I believe Disney's Mickey Mouse on the
Steamboat Willie. Yeah. It's public domain now.
I love it. They fought so hard to keep it within their own domain.
But it's ridiculous because they built their entire empire on public domain stuff.
And I love how the internet's just taking that for a ride.
Did you see the stuff John Oliver was doing on his show? He's got like a mascot, like the black and white Steamboat Willie, who he gets to do terrible things and keeps saying things about how Disney should sue him and see what happens. That's just become a weird joke. Oh God! You said okay. Mrs. Angry is huge Trekkie. She's been watching some Deep Space Nine recently, which I kind of think is the best of the older series. Next Generation is fine.
I haven't watched any of them, but I did enjoy. Back a few years ago, many years ago actually, I got like this demo bundle of the Star Trek ones, and I found the Deep Space Nine was pretty good.
Yeah, I reckon Deep Space Nine is the best of that era. Like you've got a roughly the same time Next Generation, Voyager, and Deep Space Nine being made. I like the whole mood and tone of Deep Space Nine. And it ends up telling quite a complex story. But the characters are fun as well. It's not just all, I'm telling a really meaningful story. It's like, oh, we're also doing Star Trek shit.
I find it fascinating that with all the Star Trek ones, you're following a ship that travels all across the galaxy.
Yeah.
Deep Space Nine is basically like a fancy truck shop with
it's a truck stop.
Yeah, where everyone just comes in and they make it work.
Yeah, and that's the plot device. Oh, the wormhole opened. Someone new came out. What's going to happen this week?
We have to negotiate this higher power that controls this wormhole.
Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah. So there was like the long-running story arcs, but it was always just each week. Oh, look, someone we've never seen came through the wormhole. Let's try and work out what their deal is. But yeah, I quite like how they did it. So was it EOR? You noped out when your favorite character hooked up with the Basal Pope. Sure. I guess that's a thing. I don't know it that well. But
Me neither, but I know it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Speaking about old, hang on.
So EOR, we've just made them stop and think, oh, it's a space truck stop. I reckon that's a legit description of it. Yeah.
It's a giant space station that's locked in orbit with a bloody planet.
Yeah.
And what else are you going to do? You have to rely on other ships coming in to precipitate a storyline.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, who's arrived this week and what do they do? And it was just like, it's good. And they're going to do the final series of Discovery this year, which that's up and down. People feel differently about things. I'm actually fairly well disposed to it. I know Dr. Abigail, who's a fair Trekkie, is not that into particularly the first couple of seasons of it. But Strange New Worlds, I think like anyone who's ever liked Star Trek loves Strange New Worlds. That's Captain Pike on the Enterprise, in the years prior to the original series. And it's real old school. It's self-contained episodes and good characters.
Does it have an overarching storyline, or is it
loosely? Yeah, but it's gone back to let's be self-contained episodes over the course of the season. But yeah, and there's a bigger sort of overarching thing that happens with it as well. Heine, two sides of the same coin. One person's freedom fighter is another person's terrorist.
Well, that's a philosophical question, which
it is.
We can go back around in circles for.
Oh yeah, but you look at all stages of history. Oppressed groups resist with violence. They think they're fighting for freedom. The people who have the system that's holding them down think they're terrorists. You go all around the world and all through history, and that's the story that repeats itself.
Oh, should you?
Yeah, because there are very few people who go into conflict going, I'm the bad guy and I'm just going to do bad things. Everyone thinks they're doing the right thing.
Oh, it's all. I don't know. There's not often though you get like a self-aware individual of high esteem in history that thinks, I know what I'm doing is terrible. I don't care. I'm going to keep doing it.
Yeah. People are real good at convincing themselves
that they're good,
that they're fine.
Yeah.
It's I forget who was the comedian. Sorry, a comedian saying like, "Do you seriously think Hitler woke up in the morning and went, 'What evil can I do today?'" He actually thought he was right. He had convinced himself that he could dehumanize everyone, and that was actually the right thing to do. He didn't do it going, "This is wrong, but I can't stop."
Well, he started off wanting to better his people, and it just, arguably speaking, history went downhill after.
He literally dehumanized anyone that wasn't the people, and that's how he justified everything. And I agree. I don't believe he woke up going, "What terrible evil can I do today?" Because he didn't think he was being evil.
Yeah,
he was wrong.
He was also arguably insane near to the end.
Well, syphilis and drugs will do that to you.
Oh.
You hear the stories about the sort of drugs he was being whacked up to keep him functioning.
I also hear that not only was he insane, but he had like a lot of his administration kind of glossing over how bad it was for him.
Yeah. Well, and you do get those weird conflicting stories as well. But yeah, there was a theory that, well, several members of the high command did try to kill him, and the
Yeah,
attempt
that was they made a movie about that. Was
with Tom Cruise.
Yeah, Invictus, was it?
No, Valkyrie. That's it. Yeah. So that was the best known attempt to kill him. But there was also the story that towards the end of the war, in the start of the war, the Allies were thinking, is there a way we could kill Hitler and that might stop things? From what I've read, towards the end of the war, the Allies were like, let's not kill Hitler because we're pretty sure he's fucking lost it and he's making terrible decisions. And we actually stand a better chance of winning the war if he stays in power. If someone more competent seized power, we'd be in trouble.
Isn't that crazy that in history, or even in any kind of event, that you see your opposition and think, you are self-destructing, what's the point even fighting against you?
Yeah.
Why don't I just step back and let you just topple this massive empire that you've constructed?
Yeah.
Hoping that that's going to be the best case scenario, that they're going to topple their own empire.
Yes. Well, my favorite satire site, The Onion, had a story that like Al-Qaeda's new plan is to just sit back and let America destroy itself. And you got all these jihadis just sitting back with a Coke watching TV because they're like, yeah, they're doing more damage than we ever did, so that's fine.
Isn't that like,
it's pretty funny?
It's sad but true. So many ways.
That's good satire. Is like, it's funny and it's a bit close to the bone. It feels a bit real.
Oh man, we are. You look at we're fucked as a society. We're doing everything wrong.
That's a sinking feeling I get sometimes. Anyway, you know what I'm going to do?
And watch you rolling over the power pack.
Oh yeah. Worst thing that happens is I burn the house down.
Look,
wait, that is bad.
We're in the room full of alcohol, so we're going to die first.
Yeah, we will go up in flames like this. We're going to get you taste this. This is the whiskey liqueur.
Actually, place your bets, people. Will we die from alcoholism first or from the fire?
Yeah. Drink yourself to death or get drunk and knock something over and start a fire. That could happen. Oh, thank you, EOR, for not wanting us to burn down. I like that. So what are you saying? In high school, you took advanced placement European history, showed actual newspapers from your city, article about Hitler was drinking. They probably didn't want to talk. Like Hitler was straight up being injected with speedballs, like mixes of speed and heroin to keep him fine. Because he had some really bad health problems, and it was to dull the pain and keep him going. He was on drug cocktails that would just fuck you up.
You got to look at a guy and think, are you actually an asset to the war if you are coked up out of your mind?
Well, and huge amounts of the German army were on speed to keep them going. I love this stuff.
What is it?
Oh, okay. Well, Alex saw I was making another of my spiced apple syrups today because I was almost out of it. This is literally just 2 parts whiskey, 1 part that syrup that I was making out there.
Is this like, it tastes like there's a bit of nutmeg or something?
Yeah. So how I make the syrup is I slice up apples, cover them in brown sugar, and the brown sugar liquefies. It absorbs all the moisture out of the apples. And so you get an apple flavored syrup. And then I toast like cooking spices, nutmeg, cinnamon, cloves, allspice, star anise, toast them up in a saucepan, and then pour the apple and syrup in and mix it and just let it stew. So all those flavors permeate the syrup.
The apple, not the apple, the nutmeg and the cinnamon are doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
But after it, you do get a taste of the fruit.
Yeah.
The fruity.
Yeah. It's definitely front and center, the cinnamon and nutmeg. Yeah.
Like I'm like bloody Habik and everything. I instantly knew I didn't want to like shotgun this thing because you want to enjoy the play.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. This is a 7 kind of drink.
Yeah, I'm not a shots kind of guy. It's like have something nice and enjoy it.
I'm only a shot guy when I'm in a party, and it's like, well, everyone's taking shots. I can follow suit too.
Yeah, having said that, I think I did get convinced to do some shots on New Year's Eve. But yeah.
Oh, it's New Year's.
Oh, you are. You've been sort of saying you have to go for a while, and you're in the US, so it's a very weird hour for you. So I completely understand.
All
Thank
right.
you so much for hanging out, and get some sleep, hopefully. Greg, hello. How you doing? Oh, and Pat, how you doing? Big Pat, aka Wrestling Days. And Greg, hello. Just chilling. If you lads don't know, this is Alex.
Hey, how's it going?
I did put it there. And we're just hanging. That is true. I did actually do a shoey on New Year's Eve. I got talked into it. Peer pressure.
I've done a shoey too.
Yeah.
I mean, my shoey was years ago at my parents' place.
Oh yeah.
When I was still living there. It was Australia Day. It was hot as buggery.
Yeah.
And one of my mates randomly said, "Oi, let's do a shoey." Had no idea what a shoey was at the time, so they gave me a brief explanation of what it is. Thought to myself, screw it, I'm drunk. We're doing stupid shit. Why not? So I went into the garage where I have all these shoes.
Yeah.
Grabbed one of my old ones, which turned out to be the most dustiest, rattiest thing I had. But being drunk at the time, you don't really
think about that.
Just got it, poured it in, drunk it. And I forgot about it. And I forgot that I had done a shoey the day prior and everything. Put it back with my other shoes.
Oh no!
And over the course of bloody hell, I don't know, several months, just moss started going out of the shoe.
It was a bit moist.
I wasn't proud when I found it, but the fuck happened? Oh, I did a shoey out of this.
Yes.
Right? Hey, mom, check this out.
It was all wet. Yeah. Oh dear. I did. Mine was with a sparkling cider because I don't like champagne. With New Year's Eve, found a sparkling cider that was sealed with a cork, so I could pop the cork at midnight. And that was the promise. I go, okay, at midnight I'll pop the cork, pour it into an old boot of mine. I think it's still in there, and do a shoey. So yes, I did a shoey on New Year's Eve at midnight. Oh, okay, Greg, at dinner. What did you have? We had ramen this evening, which was super tasty. So many choices. It was like when Alex was coming over, I said, "Well, you want to do dinner?" And he said, "What do you have? What do you want?" It's like we can get pizza, burgers, Asian, Indian, everything. And we went with ramen, and it was super good.
I got home from having a shave and a haircut, and I thought to myself, I was texting you while I was back thinking, it's good. I've got nothing planned tonight. What are you doing tonight?
Yeah.
And
I said, I'm doing this.
Planned at the last minutes, and so what do you want for dinner? Like, we had burgers last time.
Yeah.
I like burgers, but yeah, let's be adventurous and do something different. So we chose, ramen.
Yeah.
It was good.
It was really good. It's the joy of this area. It's like there's a few different directions I can go, and you can get pretty much anything.
Like surprising for well, I'm not really surprised for Melbourne. Like you can step out the door and you'll find something interesting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, keep forgetting that you're kind of semi centralized area.
Yeah, it depends who you talk to. Someone who actually lives in the inner city will think I'm in the suburbs. Someone who actually lives out in the suburbs will think I'm close to the city. I'm in that mid-range. But yeah, you go like you go the 4 different directions and you find just about anything you want. Really quite like it around here. And also like date nights, Mrs. Angry and we've got a whole list of places that you can get to by public transport because then we can have drinks with dinner. And I mean, you can always get a taxi or an Uber or something, but that's just like a hassle. It's like, I don't know, we found a place that we can get there by public transport and get home by public transport.
I'm a bit envious for you for that. Like I live 2 hours out of Melbourne and basically country area. Love it. But in your case, you being so close to the city, you have like public access to the more exciting stuff the city will provide. Me, I guess I'm within walking. I am within walking distance of town, but it's country down.
Yeah.
Yeah. what is my highest prospect of this town? It's like, there's one bar over there that does karaoke. There's another bar over there that doesn't do karaoke. There's a McDonald's over there. It's okay, I guess, but it's not Melbourne exciting.
No, I have to admit, I do feel super spoiled in Melbourne. There's just so much. It's kind of like whatever you're into, you'll find, and I do really like that. So, but it's all good. Well, that's the thing. Like Mrs. Angry and I sometimes we'll do weekends away, and we'll go somewhere out of ways. You know, go to the Yarra Valley or something to get away for a while. So it's nice to be able to do both. You can stay in the one that you like the most and visit the other one that you find fun to visit occasionally. So it's, I don't know, it's pretty good.
The only downside for you guys is the traffic is just god awful.
It can be awful. Like we just had this misadventure when we were going. It was only like one suburb away where we went to get the ramen. Most of the drive was fine. Then we got to the bit where the shops were, and it's going like, okay, there's a whole bottleneck here. I'm going to go up this side street, and there's a supermarket car park here. Oh, everyone's acting crazy because there's no spaces in the supermarket car park
for a Friday night. So we kind of should have seen this coming.
Yeah,
there was this one drop pick. This old guy who was sitting in an empty, standing in an empty car park, just.
I don't even know how that works. Like, where was the? Everyone's probably had this experience. Someone standing in a car park, going, "No, you can't stand here. I'm saving it for someone." And I was,
what a loser!
I was tempted to go, "Hey, buddy, if I kept driving forward, who do you think would suffer damage? You or my car?" But I was just like, some fucking grumpy old fuck. Just leave it. It was very annoying, but it was just like, you know what? Life's too short. Just drive away from him. Someone's going to road rage on the bastard at some point. It's just not going to be me. But yeah, it was.
You ended up finding a better spot, though.
Yeah, I did actually get a much better spot. So you know, the fates smiled upon us. We got a convenient spot. Got our food. Got a few things to do. This is all good. Real good. Screw that weird old man. I'm sure someone's going to bloody punch him in the head at some point. I don't even get how that was. Where was the car? How does he end up there? And there's not a car. I don't even get it.
I suspect that whoever car he was with was doing like just circuits around the whole car park. He probably just got out, saw a car park as they were going past, just gunned it for that spot and just stood there waiting.
It's very, very weird behavior and inviting a negative outcome, I think. But what are you going to do? People.
I know exactly what you did. You flipped them off.
I did, actually. I did. He was doing the, and I was just like, fuck you. It's kind of a rude thing to do to an old man, but, you know, fuck him. Look, now,
if he was being a little shit, then just by all means.
Yeah. I didn't do anything really aggressive. I just like gave him the finger and said, fuck you. Now, this is the same thing, but with rum.
Ooh.
So we're just experiencing all of it. And I think it was with a different batch of the spirit. So it's probably going to taste, a different batch of the syrup. So it's probably going to taste different from that too.
Was this made within the week or like a month or?
Yeah, but I think they were made about a month apart from each other. But it was a different batch of the syrup. Actually, I think this one's a bit more syrupy. In fact. Tasty as hell, though.
It is. It is thicker and more syrupy.
Yeah.
Jeez, what's that taste I'm getting? I want to say a Christmas feel, but it ain't Christmas.
It's like Christmas pudding. I think there might be allspice in this one. Oh man, it's so freaking tasty.
No, I'm getting a sense of sweet and sour sauce. Oddly enough.
Yeah. Super freaking tasty, though. God, now I'm kind of thinking like, should have mixed things up by drinking something non-alcoholic for a while. Go get us. I don't know. We're going to get some glasses and ice and have something non-alcoholic.
I mean, if you want to.
Just to intersperse. I mean, I don't know. So, normally try and mix it up a bit. Do you like a ginger ale or? Yeah, because I've got a really nice dry ginger ale.
Sure.
All right, I'm going to go get some glasses and some ice and our dry ginger ale. Be back in a momento.
Oh man, that's really good. That is really, really good.
Yeah, so it was time to have something non-alcoholic, and I didn't bring anything. Yes, we did 5 old fashioned. Actually, his Japanese whiskey is super yummy.
Damn right it is. There we are. Just sending a few pics to a friend that unfortunately couldn't join us tonight. Oh, well, her loss. Our gain. Because I bought the damn thing, I'm going to have myself some more hibiki. If any of you are a whiskey connoisseurs of yourself, seriously, give this stuff a shot. It's pretty damn tasty.
Yeah. Very nice. Here we come, walking down the street. Got some. Oh, that's what I should have done. No, we're going to do the thing with water. Okay, I'll just get a little thing of cold water.
Let's sit back at home. Quite funny watching you get Starwood Nova. We actually did. If you watched earlier, we had like a bunch of cocktails of the various drinks behind us, and Starwood Nova was one of the ones we gave a shot.
Yeah, it makes a very good old fashioned.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the hibiki really shines. So, here's the thing. Where did I put it here? So it's the idea of like literally just a couple of drops.
Did you want some more?
Oh yeah, okay. Why not? Yeah. Doing some hibiki. We'll do the water test. Okay, so.
So we got to warm it up first, or we just
Yeah.
the water?
Yeah, well, I think what you taste it as is, and then just a couple of drops of water and swirling it around and see if you feel like that's any different.
What are you supposed to, after doing this to heat up, you're supposed to put it in your mouth, spit it out to let your saliva mix with it first? I don't know if that's the proper...
That's disturbing.
I know! But when I hear it from people, it's like, people, wine tasters do it for some weird reason.
Well, I mean, some people, if they're doing lots of tasting, spit it out so they don't get drunk.
What?
I know, right?
Well, it's like the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I know. What the fuck are they thinking about? Yeah. So, little sippy sip. Oh. So now, literally just a couple of drops. And just swirl it a bit.
I don't know how a few drops of water would make it.
It doesn't make that big a difference with all whiskies, but with some whiskies, just the nature of the oils and stuff that are in them.
And it just takes like a few drops.
Yeah.
Really?
Like, because you're not actually diluting it. You're not diluting it to taste it. With some whiskies, it has a real different thing.
It's hard. It is hard to tell, but I don't know if it's because we just warmed it up or because we put water in, but there is a difference to it.
Yeah.
I feel like it's gone from being like when you heat it up, when you have it on its own straight out of the bottle, it's a very sharp tasting drink. When you heat it up, it miles it out, but when you put water into it, it brings back that sharpness.
Yeah, it releases some of the flavors, I think. Oh yeah, actually, Strictly Sega, good call. Yep, get you to taste. I did a while back. I did a blind tasting of 16 of my whiskies.
Yeah.
Had Mrs. Angry help me out and poured things when I couldn't see, so I didn't know what it was. And but then there was a whole like number system that said which ones was which. And so in blind tastings, I was doing comparisons, and so I did it like 4 rounds of 4. It's like taste 4. That's the winner out of those 4, and so one winner out of each 4. So then it's the 4 finalists, and then taste all of those and come up with the ultimate champion. Second place was the Nova, which I was pleased about because I always say that's my favorite. But the one that was my favorite was a cask strength whiskey from Sydney Distillery, Archie Rose, which was aged in ex-rum barrels. So it's got this little bit of rum characteristic in it as well. And it's higher proof than most whiskies. Not super duper, but higher proof. Oh man, it's flavor. So we'll have to have a taste of that for contrast.
I want to see that.
Okay, sorry. Weird random thought. Ray's sharing that he's taking a poo. Thank you for sharing. I was thinking about how like shit and toxic Twitter has gotten these days. It's just a nightmare. And I was thinking, you know what? I miss the innocence of the early days when we were just being silly, and you would do something and you'd mention it on Twitter and you'd come up with a word. You'd basically put TW in front of whatever you were doing and do it. And the joke was that you'd post "twoopin'," which meant you're pooping. You're pooping while on Twitter. You're pooping.
Not only that, but that was in the very early ages of Facebook.
Yeah, where we were just silly.
No filter.
We were just silly.
Like I didn't get into on Facebook until several years after because I was paranoid as hell and just bloody insolent. I had to get it because I was in. I had joined theatre and they wanted me to be part of their social groups.
All right. Yes. Yeah.
Eventually, relented, got it. But before that, my parents would always comment saying, "Oh, your cousin has just mentioned this on Facebook. He's taken a dump." It's like, I don't want to know this. Why you keep telling me this?
That happens far less often these days. People just say, "Yeah, I'm taking a shit." But thank you, Rays, for bringing it back. That's what I'm saying.
You're part of the problem.
Or is he the solution? I don't know.
Look, the more alcohol I have, it goes from a problem to a solution.
Exactly. But,
So what is this one?
Dry ginger ale. Fucking yummy. Fever Tree. That was like on special at Woolies, I think. It's very, very upmarket ginger ale, but it was on special, so it was a good price. They make very good mixes. That's their specialty, is mixes that go well in alcoholic things. Ginger ales, ginger beers, tonic. They make a special cola they call Distiller's Cola that they say, we've tweaked this so this is the best cola you could have, like with a rum or a Coke. A rum or a whiskey. But it's a nice cola on its own, quite honestly. But yes, they make some great mixes. We're back into The Simpsons now. Alcohol, the cause of and solution to all life's problems.
Amen.
All right. It's actually a little while since I've been banned on Facebook. It happened a few times. One was, and it was really funny because these people infuriated me because there's a funny little boy, Ben Shapiro, an American conservative pundit. He got paid by these billionaires, the Koch brothers, to be the youthful face of conservatism. And he's mistaken that for he's brilliant. Like just these rich old guys wanted someone young to spout their ideology. And yeah, fine. You know, there's but he vastly overestimates his own intelligence, and he semi-regularly says things on social media that make him look like a goddamn idiot. Like he's saying stuff, he thinks he's funnier than he is. And I don't know if you remember that hip hop song from a few years ago, "Wet Ass Pussy." I'm not that familiar with it, but
Oh, it does sound familiar.
yeah, but it was outrageous. They're talking about this, and he was making what he thought was great jokes about, like, oh, if you're wet, you've probably got a medical condition, and everyone's like, dude, way to out yourself as someone who's never sexually aroused a woman in life. It's just like, I'm sorry, you're too lubricated. Something's wrong.
Have you not noticed that it is it's sad that the general media and the way how famous people operate is the dumber they are, the more successful they become.
Yeah, it feels like that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Like, I can take Trump for example. He's the dumbest.
He is not bright.
Oh no, he's not. But he's risen to such high,
Yeah.
arguably high prestige within the
Well,
political.
to the most powerful political office on the planet.
And he got presidency.
Yeah.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. It's pretty wild, crazy times we live in. But yeah, I was saying about Ben Shapiro. There was this group dedicated to making fun of Ben Shapiro because he deserved to be made fun of, and it was thing. And someone was posting some, and it was a doctored tweet, and it was kind of extremely obviously not something he'd actually tweeted. And I was like, you know, that's not real. Right? And someone's like, yeah, it is. This is something he says. It goes like, okay, just by the by, if you post something that's super obviously false and don't just say it's a joke, that you say it's real, he's not the one who looks stupid. You look stupid for saying something that's obviously not true is true. You can do something out there and say, this is funny because he's an idiot, and it would be funny if he said this because he's an idiot. But asserting that he'd actually done it when he obviously hadn't, I was going, you're the one who looks like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
And they got really shit, and they were basically acting like I was the problem. And from a certain perspective, I was the problem because I was spoiling their fun by going, it's not real, and you sound like an idiot when you say it is real. Like, it's really easy to establish it's not real. And it went on for a while, and I just lost it. Went, fuck you all, you're all a bunch of fucking morons. Fuck you all, fuck off and die. Oh wait, that's a Facebook ban. Okay, cool.
Well, what did you expect? Like, idiots don't believe they're idiots.
It's kind of like this guy says enough stupid stuff that you don't have to make up stuff. Because he just semi-regularly makes a complete fool of himself. So my running joke is he actually has a sexual fetish for public humiliation. And I was going, we're just enabling him, okay? When we make fun of him, he's actually getting turned on. And it's like, we should stop because he's clearly getting off on it. That's the only explanation for why he keeps doing this.
Yeah, it'd be so funny if that actually turned to be true.
I know, that would be. But I was going like, I don't know, it just makes sense because he just says stuff that defies logic. I think he wants everyone to rip on him because he gets off on it. It's a whole thing.
People are dumb, so dumb.
And yes, strictly saying, that's what it comes down to. There's enough true things to make fun of without making up shit. And if you have to make up shit, that's more a reflection on you than the person that you're trying to have a go at. Oh, so Ray's, you're just testing the boundaries all the time. I learned, I got, I think it's a couple of years since I've had a suspension, but I got a couple at one point just because I lost it at someone. I was like, fuck you!
I would love to do that, but
I try not to. Like, I occasionally even, like, you know, on Twitter, you always called it subtweeting. On Facebook, it's vague booking. And you just go like, well, you know, someone said a thing and I'm real angry. And I just wanted to go off the deep end and say what a piece of shit they are. But then that's all going to be socially awkward because this person. So, you know what? I'm just not going to say anything. Now you can all just try and guess who I'm talking about. I'm just going to say there's someone I'm upset with. I'm not going to say because it would be too much drama, but I am actually upset and I'm just barely restraining myself from going off my tree at them. But you know what? I'm not going to do it. And you can all guess who I'm angry at because I'm not going to say. Oh, God. Okay. That's another. I think Tim Pool is even stupider than Ben Shapiro, honestly. I don't know if you see him. He's this weird little guy. So he's wearing a beanie. It's because he's got receding hair and he's self-conscious about it. It's like, dude, just fucking own
it. Yeah.
Own it. He thinks he's intellectual because he's memorized these things that are called logical fallacies. It's like bad arguments, basically. It's like your argument's not actually logical. You're structuring it badly. It's things like the slippery slope fallacy or appeal to authority. There are all these things, and he thinks he's smart because he's memorized these things. But then he says something stupid straight after. It's like, dude, you've memorized these academic terms,
but you haven't learned anything.
No, you just say something stupid straight after.
Oh.
It's you think you're smart because you've memorized these terms, but it's like, oh, that's an ad hominem attack, and it's like, what? Well, refute it then, you fucking moron.
It is really a shame when you got like, in some cases, people who do try, they have like all this great knowledge in their head. They are trying to put it to an argument or a subject. If they follow up with something stupid, it devalues the entire conversation.
Yeah. My favorite, because like people say if you do an ad hominem attack, that's bad, and that's saying something like, you're stupid and therefore your argument's wrong. It's like, if I call someone a fuckwit, oh, that's an ad hominem attack. Okay, no, it's two separate things. The ideology and the argument, I can refute for that. But you personally are a fuckwit. The argument's not wrong because you're a fuckwit. The argument's wrong for these reasons. But you're a fuckwit and I don't like you. And it's just like, and they're like, that's an ad hominem. No, it's not. It's an insult. It's not an ad hominem attack. Because an ad hominem is saying your argument's wrong because I think you're a dickhead. And it's like, it's two different things. Your argument's wrong for these reasons. Also, you're a dickhead and I don't like you. And it's just like, I enjoy sort of taunting people like that. And
yeah, good.
Just like fuck them.
Sometimes, like, hell, I say and do some stupid shit, and I find that I do have a level of respect for people who call me out on it. Like, we need more people in that, because if you're not gonna, like, at least have some people that can put your intellect to challenge, so you can, if you want to improve yourself.
Yeah.
But you got these dumbasses out there. It's like, you're questioning my intellect. I'm just gonna buckle down and try harder to just go down this own rabbit hole that I'm in.
Yeah. And I think it's also like, the more influential and rich someone is, the more they're actually going to be surrounded by sycophants, and they won't accept when someone says, oh, actually, you're kind of wrong when you say that. It's kind of not good what you just said. The most extreme example I can think of, well, we were talking about Trump. Him and I think it's a competition between him and Elon Musk, of people who have just become separated from reality because of their power and influence. They're surrounded by people who tell them they're right all the time.
I respected Elon for a time when it was coming up. He was coming up with some pretty genius stuff at the time, but then he's just turned into like this idiot. Like,
there was a period where we all thought he was really smart, and he blew it. Like, dude, all you had to do was shut the hell up. It was about 10 years ago. We all thought he was really smart, and then he got more and more high profile and said more and more stupid things, and we're like,
no, he was saying stupid shit. He was doing stupid shit.
Doing very stupid shit.
Oh, like, how many kids does he have now with too many people?
Different women, yeah. Oh, and that's a weird ideology some of these rich people have.
Wasn't it like one with his stepdaughter or something?
Yeah, there's all sorts of and they think because they're superior genetically, they should have babies with as many women as
the blue blood. The thing.
Oh, it's just creepy. Yeah, sorry, that's the thing that's sorry, every now and then we slip. There's a plastic mat down here that's designed because the chair's on wheels and the floor's wood. It's designed to stop the wheels from damaging the wood. But when the chair's not on it, we move. If you push back, the little plastic mat moves, which is really unsettling when you've had a couple drinks. Or even if you haven't had a couple drinks, honestly. Oh, sorry, strictly saying well, okay, here's the thing. There was a guy who was regularly on the streams, and he said some stuff that pissed me off, and he wouldn't stop saying it. And I expressed extremely vocally why I thought what he was saying was fucked up, and he wouldn't stop saying it. And then he apparently got upset that the degree to which I said, that's fucking horseshit, and it's actually straight up evil. and he said something on Discord about it, and he wants to step away, which is completely legit and fine. But he's saying like I was mean, and I was like, dude, okay, if I make it really clear you're pissing me off, you got two choices: shut the fuck up, or
Apologize.
what happens next? I get a bit fucking shirty, quite honestly. And I just said, yeah, you can either shut the fuck up, or if you're going to keep going, drink a fucking cup of cement, harden the fuck up, and because I'm gonna tell you what I think.
Was this over on Discord? Did you
No. I made that comment on Discord. It was actually on a live stream. This guy was doing this stuff in the comments, and I was just going, "That's just fucked. What the fuck? That is fucked." And it's also kind of like, have a different opinion to me, fine. But if I make it really clear you're pissing me off, either stop or just accept that I'm probably going to go off because it's what I do.
You don't realize that the online culture, it's all a pissing contest. You've got some person on the other side of the world that you're having like a virtual, like verbal conversation with, or even text-wise. Most of the time, not just buckle down because they have a sense of immunity from whatever consequences that you will potentially push out. So I'll just keep buckling down and fighting for whatever they think is right. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, I remember it's happened multiple times over the years. Like when I was regularly making the videos, the pre-recorded videos, and getting very sort of feisty comments and whatnot. And then someone gets upset at me and they essentially saying like, I have to apologize. I go, I'm not going to apologize because you're fucking wrong. Okay. And it's just like, well, if you're not going to apologize, I'm not going to watch your videos anymore. And he goes, oh, well, it sucks to be me. Fuck off. And then we're like, no, you actually have to apologize. No, I don't. You gave me a choice. I apologize or you'll stop watching my videos. I'm not going to apologize, so you should fuck off.
It's a sensitive entitlement. They think that they have this one sense of power over you, and they will take that privilege or that sense of power for a ride.
But it's completely legitimate. If I piss someone off, then I say like, oh, I'm not going to join in your stuff or watch it. That's a legitimate choice. It's just, but expecting me to bend to your whim, in certain cases, someone makes a case, I'll go, yeah, you know what? Yeah.
I love seeing people on social media or in a Discord, social, whatever it is, lose power.
Yeah.
And they will argue and fight to maintain that power.
Yeah.
And when they realize that they have no way of maintaining that, they will just go down the toxic rabbit hole.
Yeah. And
it's pathetic.
It is. You get the weirdest of the weird on social media, I swear to God.
As I said before, they have a wrong sense of immunity with or invulnerability that they don't. There's no one that really can challenge them or punish them for their idiocy.
Oh God, there was a kind of related story broke. This was probably just in the last day or two. Someone had been publishing these comics online for ages, like a decade, and basically like straight up Nazi ideology, like really evil, hateful stuff. And they had apparently maintained anonymity. I mean, I had no idea because I never looked into it because I didn't give a shit. But someone actually did the research and worked out who it was.
Oh no!
And so apparently this was new, going public, and goes, it's this guy. He works for this company and whatnot. And surprise, surprise, on Twitter, and some people were saying it was a direct instruction from Elon Musk to delete tweets that referenced this. But it's like, oh, that's interesting. This guy who's been pushing this really hateful, essentially straight up Nazi stuff, just got to, oh yes, Dr. Abigail, you can come on the stream. Hell. And honestly, there may be an anonymous character who may or may not be the most feared contract killer in Australia's criminal underworld, who might come on to give himself an alibi. I'm not going to name names, but it could happen. All right. We're going to see. We've been good. We've had some ginger ale. I'm going to get some more whiskey now.
Works for me.
Yeah, I want you to take this one. This was my favorite. actually, there isn't really of this ridiculous collection I have. There aren't really any I dislike.
I've noticed that this is the ones you'd only pick because you like in some capacity.
Yeah. So
Like, what kind of psychopath would want to go down the street and say, "I want to have this because you're on sale and I hate you"?
yeah, true. But sometimes it's pure speculation. Like, so this is Archie Rose single malt whiskey, aged in rum cask.
Oh, thank you.
Have a few Archie Rose whiskies up there.
It's it smells like a bit of a dark kind of heavy aroma.
It's almost like molasses, right? It's like or almost dates. It's something dark, sort of brown sugar sort of stuff. Okay, so Dr. Abigail's joining us. Hello.
Jeez,
You inhaled at the wrong time. Oh, we're not getting any audio from you, Dr. Abigail. Or not?
it's like the
Pat's trying to join, but it's not working. So your alibi is not working yet, Pat. You see? Oh yeah, big Pat. Yeah, okay. I thought something might be something about being a contract killer, but
we can't hear you if you're talking.
No, not sure exactly what the technical problem is. But
We were having some audio and we were having issues before.
I've never bothered to go on, like StreamYard apparently has a pretty active community on Facebook where people ask things, and I've never gone on there and they say, "Hey, this thing happens. What the fuck?" Oh, Pat was there and then he disappeared. Okay. It's all very weird. Pat, you're going to have trouble convincing the cops you were nowhere near that guy who got whacked tonight. If you don't come on the stream. Yeah,
it fills your mouth.
And you can breathe out and it just wafts over your tongue.
Yeah.
It's like, oof.
We still can't hear you, Dr. Abigail.
That is a tasty goddamn. Oh, I've got to be careful. It's kind of, I feel like anytime I recommend something, strictly saying, all right, I'm going out and buying that. I'm like, oh God, I've got to be really careful what I recommend.
Is that really a bad thing, though?
I don't know. I think it's good. And see, Pat's having. Oh no! Wait, there he is.
Look, how's that?
Hello.
By miracle, I overcome technical problems at the same time.
That's true.
Was it me?
This is so strange. Voice Meter released an update lately, and
oh yeah,
I installed it, and it's
you use Voice Meter
done
too?
some weird things that I haven't got my head around yet.
You use Voice Meter?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Dr. Abigail tried to teach me how to use Voice Meter, but
now you're muted.
Can't work it out.
There we go.
I can program this whole thing to work for you if you want.
Well, so could Dr. Abigail, and then I'll click on something and it won't work anymore. And
I've tried. Alex, I've tried. I've gotten this working several times.
I'm here.
No.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Dr. Abigail
several
came
times.
and set it up, and the next week I'm by myself and go, it's not working.
Yeah. And I've tried to explain how everything works.
Yeah.
And it goes in one ear, bounces around a few times, and comes out the same ear.
Yeah.
It doesn't touch the sides.
I love Voice Meter. I both love and hate Voice Meter. It's a versatile tool, but if it hits the wall, you just have to go through so many.
Oh yeah. It's like you have to relearn how it works every time you play with it.
I know.
Yeah.
I have this other program in that changes your voice live, and I had to run it through Voice Meter, and I had to go through so many hoops and ladders to make it work. It was on Discord. If you know the series that came to Amazon, Has Been Hotel.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can pull off a somewhat convincing Alistair with this voice program, but to make it work, I had to go through so many hoops and ladders to rig this whole program set up to.
Well, apparently voice meter potato does that out of the box now.
Okay.
I haven't tested it yet.
Oh, okay. You didn't get the blue absinthe, but you got the brand of absinthe with the bright colours, the Jacques Serreux.
I wanted to ask you something, Angry.
Yar.
And I just want to preface this with I may have the autism, and
Yeah,
I
okay.
just don't understand what I'm listening
Yes.
to,
Yes.
and I don't want you to get upset.
Okay, that's a good preface
'Cause-
that you're not trying to upset
Yeah,
me.
because I
Okay.
just
Look, remember, if you're going to make him upset, I'm still in the room.
Yeah, he's got to cop it. If you upset
Yes.
me, he's going to cop it. So yeah.
Okay, well I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
a sacrifice I'm
thank
willing
you
to take.
So much. I don't even
So,
know you, but here, have this.
So okay, with that
With
big
that-
build up, yeah,
I don't mean to upset you, but
Yeah.
Anyway, I watched the stream on Thursday. I rewatched it on YouTube
yes,
because I saw what happened on Discord, and I
Yes.
saw that there was this discussion about voting, and I saw the comment, and then I read the law about it. I went into
Yeah.
it, and that's when I posted my TED talk on Discord
yes,
about it.
yeah, which was a good précis of what's on the AEC site. Yes,
Yeah. So and correct me if I'm wrong, please. But
yeah.
from what I could tell, what you were saying disagreed with what the law was.
What I was talking about was the reality that in rural seats, you can get elected with fewer votes than people in metropolitan seats. Because I actually probably worded it completely wrong in as much as the thing is, I guess the number of seats in rural areas, you can make an argument they have a disproportionate effect compared to metropolitan seats because, and that's the whole thing about population density.
Yeah.
But it's also like if you had a system where you literally went every single vote is equal, you are by definition marginalizing people in sparsely populated areas and condemning them to never have representation and never have any influence because the people in the city are so much more densely populated. And as I said, you're making me angry. You're basically making me defend dickheads who vote for the National Party at this point.
So the way the law is worded is essentially that like denser populations have more seats and more representation, but they have more electorates, and so sparsely populated areas have less seats, less electorates.
Yeah.
And it works out that everyone's vote is more or less equal.
There is an attempt to balance that. It's like country seats cover huge geographical areas, but are often less actual voters than an inner city seat.
Correct.
Whereas if you literally went each and every vote should be absolutely equal, all you are doing is ensuring the only people who would ever control politics are the urban centres. The people in the country areas, because of the sparse population, could never get enough people in parliament to have any influence. And it's an attempt to balance. And I don't think any system is perfect. And that's because we even brought up the weirdness of the New Zealand system, which some people think is great. But is a little bit weird.
I have no idea what it is.
Oh, it's weird. It's weird. I can't even
in the
explain
US. in the US, they don't have a system where everyone's vote is equal.
No,
They have a system. They have a system where some, because if they did, then basically California and New York and maybe even Texas would just
California and New
dominate
York
the
would
vote.
control the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
So
wouldn't be
and
fair.
maybe
It
Texas.
wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, but you have weird things like, is it Ohio or Idaho or one of the flyover states? They have a disproportionate number of congressmen per head of population.
I think it's mostly the Senate that's the issue. I think like they all
Or
have
the Senate. Oh, okay.
the same number of senators. So
Yeah.
a state with 1/10 the population of California has the same number of senators that California has.
Yeah, it's something weird like that. I
think
don't remember the exact figures.
Yeah, I think the US electoral system outside of North Korea and Russia is the most fucked system in the world that claims to be a democracy. It's just a joke. It's fucked up. And the way the absolute extreme gerrymandering they do there as well.
Oh, yeah. So my follow-up question is, what was said that got you so angry? Because I couldn't tell. Like, as far as I could tell, who was it? Jason? He was saying was what the law was. And that's why I said, is it my autism that's just blocking this communication here? Because
I know it's like my temper. If something triggers me, for want of a better word, if I make it extremely obvious, you are pissing me off to a really huge extent. You've got two choices: shut the fuck up, or take both barrels to the face. And again, speaking of people who may have the autism, he may not have understood that at this point you need to shut the fuck up, or I am going to verbally unload on you. And personally, I will defend it with the most conceited, obnoxious defense of it's my domain, and if I say something, that's what I'm going to do. And you have all sorts of freedom on your end. One thing you don't have is the ability to dictate what I say and how I react. Does that always mean I'm going to react in the best, most balanced, most sane way? Not really, because I kind of think I do that most of the time. But if you happen to flip a particular switch in me, I don't think I'm subtle when I'm sending shut the fuck up vibes.
Yeah, true.
And I kind of feel like if someone keeps doing a thing that is super obviously pissing me off, judge me for having a volatile reaction to it, but I kind of made it really clear that
you did, you did, and he should have just gone back in his corner and spoke to his
it's like, well, honestly, because it's not
coach
his
and
world,
licked
it's
his
my
wound.
world.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like as far as I could tell, he was just like saying what the law was, but it had triggered. He triggered the angry switch and stepped into the angry dome.
Yeah,
and
it's 2 men in, 1 man leaves. It's
yes. So
once that cage swings shut behind you, it's you done fucked up. And look, it's completely legit. If he wants to think I was a dick to him, it's like, cool, I was a dick to you, but I kind of really clearly telegraphed, shut the fuck up, or I'm going to be a dick to you.
Yeah, fair enough.
And if I'm to be judged, I'm to be judged.
Well, his face got eaten by tigers.
I know. There was a bit of that. Hey, Hannah, by the way.
Hello, Hannah.
Yeah, Nick,
So
we've
I'm
got some stuff to get.
in other news, in other more
Yeah.
pleasant news.
Yeah.
I'm going to Bayswater tomorrow to visit my son because I haven't
Oh, nice.
seen where he's living yet.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's very
Yeah,
nice.
but it's going to take me like an hour and a half to get there, which I'm
It's
not.
not a
looking
short
forward to.
trip. Yeah.
No. So
Yeah,
and there's bus replacements.
Yeah.
But I think that's just on the Belgrave line. So I'm gonna go to like Croydon and then catch a bus from Croydon to Bayswater.
Yeah, no, I get you. That's an important one. Like a more frivolous one, like at a fun event advertised to me on Facebook. And you know, with me, if I say fun event, it involves alcohol. And
Oh yeah.
and then I just got on the maps and went, how long would it take me to get there? And it was like well in excess of an hour on public transport. And it was 3 changes. It was like train, bus, and it was just like no. And it's because it was an alcohol thing. It's like, oh, I'm not going to drive, and it would be like 45 minutes to drive there, but I'm not going to drive because it's an alcohol event. So I guess I'm just not going to.
Yep, I hear that.
Oof.
Oh, I have to get up at like 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, because you've got to go on this safari. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you all day tomorrow?
What are you doing tomorrow, Pat? Another movie?
That? No, visiting.
Can't really see it. It's a little bit blurry, my dude.
Are you going to see half-naked men oil wrestle, oil up and manhandle each other? That is literally what you're doing.
I'm looking in the mirror, and that's my intent.
No.
Jeez.
Pat's going, that's not what wrestling's about.
No,
What is it?
That's one of my best friends, Josh.
It is wrestling.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah,
naked
it's
men
half-naked
grabbing each other.
men oiling up and physically touching each other
Well, it
in
should
a
be done
very
like the Roman
homoerotic
candle,
way.
naked men all up.
You're
Yeah.
that boy.
No. Pat thinks we're missing some of the finer points, but it certainly seems to be like nearly naked dudes grabbing each other. But you know,
It's 100% oily dudes grabbing each other half naked.
the way the Greeks did it. Yeah. Okay. And Hannah is actually the nail on the head. That was the question I was asking for this booze event. It's not getting there is one thing. Getting home when you're drunk is the other thing. Oh, speaking of which, I've got a message, Kirsten. Did you know when you get that fun thing on Facebook, like friends of yours have expressed interest in an event, and you might be interested in this, Dr. But yeah, Kirsten expressed interest. Need to message her and saying, was that literally just you were saying that's cool, or are you going to the thing? Because if you're going to the thing, I might go to the thing. This is not the booze thing. Like Kirsten's always my reference point. Like, okay, so someone's having this event that's about booze. Are these good people? Is this going to be a good event? Because Kirsten just like knows everyone, and it's just like she's always my point of reference. Is this worth going to? Is this an honourable event? Is this a trustworthy event? But yeah, it was to a St. Patrick's Day thing, so it was about Sunday. So I thought, ooh. Oh, I saw those pictures. John Cena having a bit of fun, faking being nude on the Oscars while doing the best costume award. Did you see? He did where apparently I didn't watch it, but I've seen pictures and everything. At one point, he's sticking his head out from behind a screen to the host, going, "I don't want to do the streaker bit anymore. I don't think it's funny." Because there was a thing notoriously in the 70s when David Niven was presenting an award, someone actually streaked across the stage.
Oh, jeez.
But then John Cena came out to award best costume, and he appeared to be naked, and he's just holding the card with the name on it over his crotch. I've seen the picture. He is wearing a really small flesh-colored plastic thing
Oh,
over
jeez.
his
Oh,
crotch.
it's
and-
called a cocksock, and they
Is that
use
it?
it in
Okay.
films.
Oh,
Yeah.
But it's just like he's come out doing this thing, and if you ever read anything about buff people who do things for movies, when they want to present really well, it's actually really hard. For us, several days before, they have to pump iron really hard
Yeah.
and not
And
drink
be
fluids.
dehydrated.
dehydration.
Yeah.
That makes them
And-
look
Yeah.
presentable.
And he was super buff, so he clearly worked quite hard to do. And he did a good job of pretending he was nervous about being there when he obviously wanted to do it. But all the weird, and when you get the weird conspiracy stuff, it's always funny because, like with the extreme conspiracies, flat earthers and whatnot, all their forums, half or more of the people are trolls who are just winding them
Yeah.
up and are just saying something really extreme and trying to get people to agree with them. This one was saying John Cena was being subjected to Masonic Hollywood humiliation rituals. And it's like to be allowed within the inner circle, he had to humiliate himself publicly by doing this nude thing at the Oscars. And I went, yeah, it's not like he was having fun showing off how super buff he is. That wasn't it at all. He was definitely doing that against his will.
Well, when you think about it, those people in Hollywood and everything, if you're filming a film where you're going to put yourself in a kind of compromising situation, I don't think they have much shame for doing something in the public light.
No. But I would have loved to have been in the conversations where it was decided that John Cena was going to do this thing that made it look like he was nude.
Did he volunteer or was he
Was it his
volunteered?
idea? Did
Oh,
he run in and say,
no. I have to run around showing off how buff I am. Oh
It's like-
dear.
Was it suggested to him and he thought it was funny and did it? I could also just see John Cena going, is there any way I could be naked in the Oscars?
I
they were
remember.
I'm not
I
done
remember
exposing
there was-
myself
there
in
was a
videos
point-
and movies and stuff. I want to do it live.
There was a point where I was just like stupid attractive in my 30s / early 40s, and I couldn't wait to get my kid off at parties. And
Nice.
I get it. Angry's looking up the old photos of me.
Yeah, sorry, no, it's just like someone sending me
Oh,
nudes.
shit.
Yeah, yeah.
I will say this is not the highest quality nude I've ever seen, but damn.
I think Safa Kirsten's just been busy. Oh God, you know what that randomly made me think of, Dr. Abigail? I don't. It's Kristen rather than Kirsten, but Kristen Stewart, like who rose to fame in Twilight. Have you seen the stuff? She's got a new movie coming out that's like super hot lesbian wrestlers do crime.
What?
See, you're gonna be into it. Look it up. Kristen Stewart's new movie. It's basically super hot lesbian wrestlers do crime.
You had me at
Yeah,
Kristen
it'll
Stewart.
come up.
I don't really want to, but I'm doing it anyway.
Well, we could do the innocent search and just go Kristen Stewart movie, but
Kristen Stewart. What's the movie called?
I don't know. Just like new movie wrestling.
Love Lies Bleeding.
Yeah, that's it. Watch the trailer for that, and you'll be
Oh, it
jumping.
looks like an old 80s or 60s style movie.
You be jumping on the Pirate Bay, is all I'm saying.
Anything to do with Kristen Stewart, and I'm there.
Yeah, but this one is like full on buff lesbian wrestlers.
She doesn't look buff to me.
No, it's actually her lover. Is the thing.
Oh, it's A21. No, 24. Studio.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm muting the stream so that I
Yeah.
can watch
Ah,
the
there's a
trailer.
there you go. It's maybe bodybuilders rather than wrestlers, actually. So there's it's like small town boy in the soundtrack, but yeah, and there's guns and crime and buff lesbians basically. Bum fungus. How you
What?
going?
Oh.
No, I know that
Well,
hasn't been on the stream in a while. Just saying hello to Bum Fungus. We're having a good time. Trying to get Dr. Abigail all worked up for a new Kristen Stewart movie. Yeah. You know, it's also it's like super widescreen. It must be 70mm or something. Or maybe they're just doing that for the trailer, doing it 70mm. Yeah, it's distributed by A24, who certainly have good taste with the movies they distribute.
all of the materials they produce.
Yeah. So the weirdest thing is, I only found out how this works, and it's different films are different. But the Australian horror film Talk to Me was made by the Philippou brothers, who got famous on YouTube as Raka Raka, and
Raka Raka Ali, the YouTuber.
RACKA, Raka Raka. They just guys who've always loved doing stunts and whatnot. They do violent stunts, and they got pretty big on YouTube, and they'd always wanted to make a feature film, and they got a bunch of funding to do this horror film. You know, a lot of the Australian things are, you know, you get the state and federal government film funding bodies, they got a lot of money, and they made it, and they got the film made, but that's only half the battle. Like, you actually have to get distribution for the film. And so they showed it at the Sundance Film Festival, which is a big deal in the US, and just got huge buzz. And apparently, as soon as it screened, there was all these different companies lobbying to do the distribution.
Damn.
I know. See, I kept when I first saw that, I think, I have to tell Dr. Abigail about this on the stream. The buff lesbian crime movie.
Well, I'll just be in my room for a bit.
Exactly, straight onto the Pirate Bay. But yeah, but anyway, Raka Raka, they got their film, they showed it at Sundance. It was really favorably reviewed, and apparently the same evening they had a deal with A24 for distribution, which was huge. It's like that guaranteed them getting into hundreds of cinemas.
Yeah.
And it's a fucking good movie. It's a really good movie. So, actually, yeah, strictly saying, a good point. Just because that is a good point. Just because something's super widescreen doesn't mean they did it on 70mm. It's just a different proportion. You're right. I was thinking old school movies. If it was super widescreen, it was almost always had been shot on 70mm. And for those who want to know what I mean, that's the size of the frame of the film projecting. And standard is 35mm, which is like yay big, which is very good quality. But 70mm was twice as big. And what that meant is there was twice as much detail in every frame. So when it was projected on the screen, you were seeing so much more.
You weren't.
But that's
you
not
weren't
universally true anymore.
just wrong on the internet, were you?
Yeah. I know. Strictly Sega was being more right than me, basically.
Oh, okay. There's a difference. There is a
There's a
qualifiable
bit of
difference.
Oh man,
Yeah.
you still there?
What's that? Is that another movie?
I saw that.
Oh, Imaginary.
Imaginary. Did you see
Yeah, I
that?
saw
Yeah.
on Tuesday. I saw that.
Did you like it?
It was wicked.
It's wicked. I saw trailers for that. It looks
Yes.
very interesting.
Is the bear?
Yeah, the bear. That's right. You were trying to tell me about the bear the
bad
other day.
bear.
Yes. The bad bear in the Imaginary movie. Yeah.
And the big beast. You know that.
Yeah.
The hot.
I
Big.
think it's
you know, the-
Ryan Reynolds is in it, Deadpool, isn't he? So
Yeah.
He's a good thing.
Captain
he's
Deadpool.
in everything, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes. He's doing well.
Yeah.
And I have to admit, I'm hanging out for the Deadpool and Wolverine movie.
Oh yeah.
They fought hard to stop a bloody corporate from doing some stupid shit to the
Yeah.
movie. Like they really wanted to have She-Hulk do some kind of scene at the end, like end credit stuff,
Yeah.
and then they fought hard to prevent that from happening. Which good on them, they won.
Yeah. Well, I think he had the track record for making money. Oh god, that's just popped in my head. End credit things for Deadpool movies. One that they didn't use, but you can get it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Because Deadpool 2, Cable's there who time travels to do things to kill his nemesis when his nemesis is young.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, which I really enjoyed. But there was a end credit scene they didn't use where, because Deadpool's got the time jumper thing, and he's in like a nursery. And he's holding a baby.
Oh,
going,
with baby
"Oh, I
Hitler.
can't do it."
But
And he's got baby Hitler. And he's going like,
that was in it.
"Oh, I should have. But it wasn't on the theatrical release. You could
Oh, wasn't it? Oh, okay.
It was in theaters.
wasn't
I
it?
don't know.
I didn't.
Yeah.
But I have seen it. He's just like with I can't do it. I should have bought Cable. Cable would do it. And
He loves killing kids.
It was very funny and very silly.
It was so on the level with Deadpool.
Yeah, I do very much have a soft spot for Deadpool, but and just the whole
And
Hugh Jackman,
I'm
Ryan
sure
Reynolds thing that's been going on for years.
Deadpool would have a very hard spot for you.
Okay, speaking.
Oh.
Okay, you got to bring up the list. Okay, I watched The Gentleman on Netflix, the series version, Guy Ritchie's series. That's like an extension of his last movie, The Gentleman, basically about British aristocracy having a massive weed farm under their country estate and being involved with serious criminals and whatnot. One of the characters in it, anyone who remembers Game of Thrones, the big wildling with the red hair, the huge red beard and the huge red hair, who liked the big woman.
Yes.
And he's in it playing a Belgian, and his beard has been trimmed. Like he's got this really sharp style on his beard and his haircut. And I was like, that is a handsome man right there. He might be on the list, is all I'm saying. So, you know, I didn't like, he was so different. I didn't tweet, and he's also playing a Belgian in the movie. I was like, oh yeah, that's him from Game of Thrones. Fuck me, a haircut can really change it. Because his beard and hair is really sharp, and I was just going like, God damn, yeah, that
Well,
works.
have you not seen like before and after images of people that have like beards and head?
Yeah.
But they look like completely different people.
Yeah. Oh god, and you do. I've seen more than once videos of dads who have beards and they've got little kids who've only ever seen them with a beard.
Yeah.
And they shave out of sight of the kids and come in and talk to them, and it traumatizes the kids because it's outside of their understanding. They hear their dad's voice and it's vaguely their dad's shape, but it looks nothing like it. And they start crying and they're upset and they go, that is a fucked thing to do. That is absolutely shit. You are actually fucking with that kid's understanding of reality. If you've got to do it, you need to do it in front of them. You go there and say, see all this, I'm going to cut this off and I'll look really different. Like you watch how to, and if the kid sees the process, they're going to be fine with it.
Yeah.
But to just come out without the beard, I've seen a couple of videos and the kids are traumatized. And it's like, that's a really shit thing to do. The kid doesn't have a very complex view of the world and you're fucking with it.
Like my co-worker, we were doing the world's greatest shave at work, and I was stupid enough to get myself involved, but I'll explain it later. But he's always had like this the stringy white beard and white hair and whatnot.
Yeah.
Went to do the whole shave. He went home, and the next day he told me that his daughter was just really gutted or cut up because she was young enough that she couldn't understand the difference between them. She was just crying and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then we get to the part where I get involved.
Yeah.
They were having the world's greatest shave at work, and I went there on my day off. Thought, no, this would be a funny event to go to. My boss being there, just did some banter on. I yelled out to him, I was like, "Hey, dude, if you can get $50 within the next 5 minutes, I'll let you shave my hair." He got it within the second.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no!
see, I would not.
locked in
I
now.
would not have.
Oh, rookie mistake.
I would not have taken.
Oh,
I
so
would not
they
have said
got
that.
ecstatic. They got like maybe $500 out of
Nice.
me alone. They got me up in the chair and they were shaving my beard off. It was like probably this, but a little bit bigger. And I thought to myself, this fucking sucks. I've been cultivating this beard for 7 years. I had to get rid of it.
Oh dear.
Man.
Damn. So Hannah's dad did it when she was 6. Traumatizing, but you were old enough to figure it out. Yeah. I'm talking about the ones where the kids are 3 or 4.
Oh.
And anything was, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yes, you're ugly with that. I remember, because you remember like in the early 2000s to early teens, that huge beard was the thing.
Yeah.
You know, the big hipster beard. And I saw a really funny meme that someone's just going, one of these days, these men who have had a huge beard their whole relationship are going to shave it up and their partner's going to be traumatized as fuck.
Yeah.
And I sent it to a friend of mine whose boyfriend had a huge beard and very good looking thing. And I said, you know, one day you'll shave it off, then you'll be sorry. And she's just replied, "You shut the fuck up right now." That's just no, that's that's not allowed to happen. Man. And it's okay, for whatever genetic reason, I couldn't grow facial hair till I was about 27. And kind of as soon as I could, I did. And
I was the same.
And I have shaved it since, so in like, God, 30 years, I have shaved it off a couple of times, but I haven't shaved it off for 20 years. So yeah, it's just, although what's funny, because I did, it got a bit longer during COVID, and also I stopped coloring it. And yeah, it was someone I'm friendly with at work, when he did a face-to-face thing on camera, and she hadn't seen me for a while. She's going, "What the hell? You've got a beard?" I went, "Well, I always had a beard, but when I started, it was quite short, and I colored it, and now it's big and grey and really noticeable." It's just changed. But there were actually quite a few dudes who during COVID are just like, I'm not shaving anymore.
Yeah.
And all ended up with beards.
Last year, I decided I'm going to let my beard grow and see how far it gets. I had a beard that went right up to here.
God, that's pretty impressive.
It was, and my beard, my hair naturally curls up.
You can see it a bit. Anyway.
I went to the Baron's place for dinner. We do it almost every Wednesday. And I jokingly said, it'd be cool if I could straighten it. They got a hair straightener. And for the joke of it, they just decided, we'll just straighten your hair and everything. And it was interesting. It stopped curling and just went dead straight. And I thought, screw it. It looks nice. I'm going to let it keep growing. So it went from like here to right down here. And I get that going for about a year or so.
Yeah.
And I was like, screw it. Like, let's stop the whole Muhammad Ali kind of look and just shave all of it off and regrow back to this my preferred state. Yeah. But yeah, like beards. For most people, I find you kind of know if you're going to be a beard person or not. Yeah. When I was in high school, I always saw myself with a beard, and I committed to it.
Yeah.
Outside of school, when I graduated, went to work. Bosses hated me because I had like beard hair patches all over in random spots until I finally grew into the beard.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I do like to first. Mrs. Angry has been quite open. Prior to meeting me, she never conceived of being with someone with a beard, but I won her over. So now she's a beardy guy. This thing. Oh, bum fungus, yes. Beards, they grow on you.
Oh.
That's the money.
Speak for yourself.
Alrighty. You know what? It's time. Okay. we're all just exploring alcohol here. Okay.
Hey,
so
I just realized.
Yeah.
realized something very
What'd you
important. I'm no longer on antibiotics,
Oh, so you
and
can have
my
booze.
my antibiotic resistant infection is gone, and I'm not on those stupid fucking super meds anymore. I'm gonna have a fucking drink.
Yeah.
I shall return.
Okay. So,
Okay.
Alex, decision time. I was thinking of another whiskey, which is always good, but we could try a gin. We could try a rum. We could try a brandy.
You drunk?
I'm thinking this. Okay. This is probably my most expensive whiskey. This is a cask strength from local distiller Bakery Hill. And in fact, okay, the folklore, their distillery was in the country and they wanted to move to the city. They're now in Kensington, which is the other side of the CBD. And they did a fundraising, basically buy shares in the company to fund the thing. And I actually bought some shares in the company. And they did this special release that you could only get if you're one of the investors.
Yeah.
There's this, which is probably my favorite of their base range. They call Double Wood, because they age it in 2 different barrels for a few years in one barrel and a few years in another. And that's 46%. That's their preferred thing. But this is straight from the cask, undiluted. It's 60%. This is the cask strength version. Actually, that's what we should do. We should do a comparison.
Why not?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay.
Okay, you want to do it with the cup we got over here, or
Yeah, and I'll get another couple so we can have them side by side.
all right.
We're doing the booze. Okay, so
Yeah, drunk.
we're not drunk yet, mate, but we're fucking working on
I
it.
think I'm actually
Yeah.
sobering up.
Yeah, it's been too long since we drank. Okay, so first up, the Double Wood single malt. 46% is the thing, and I love that they actually hand letter the thing.
They date it.
Yeah. And they age their whiskies much longer than is average for Australian. To meet the rules to call something whiskey in Australia, I think you only have to age it for 2 years. It's either 2 or 3 years. They tend to age for about 7 years. So like this was distilled in 2018 and was bottled in 2023. So this was aged for 5 years.
And this was in Australia, yeah?
Yeah, this is in Australia.
Well,
And they only, of this batch, there were 266 bottles? Anyway, so this was aged for 5 years.
well, that's an interesting. Getting onto the whole whiskey Scotch and everything, isn't it like doesn't the Irish call it Scotch because it was made in Scotland, or am I thinking Ireland? Or how's that work?
Whiskey originally came from Ireland.
Yeah.
The Irish word for it is Uiscabaha, water of life. Also, weird fact, it's weird how many spirits around the cheers. It's weird how many spirits around the world are called water of life. Aquavitae is Latin. Parts of Europe, they have aquavit, which is the same thing, water of life. In France, they refer to eau de vie, which is water of life. And weirdly, apparently, even vodka translates as life. So
Bloody Russians.
people call spirits the water of life. Okay, and so this was distilled in 2015 and bottled in 2023. So this was 7.5 years aged. So, and it's also cask strength. So they did not dilute it. It's just how it came out of the cask.
Going back to my point for a sec, you got you got whiskey, then you got Scotch, which is whiskey but distilled in a different country
in Scotland. Yeah,
wouldn't it? Like when you take that into consideration, shouldn't we have like whiskeys made in Australia? We call it something else.
I have actually asked, bring up Kirsten again because she knows everything. I said, has there ever been any discussion in Australia to come up with like Americans have bourbon?
Yeah.
Scotch is Scotch whiskey. Irish, they just call it Irish whiskey. They don't generally call it Australian whiskey, but there are very specific rules of spirit made in Australia, particularly to call it a single malt. there are very specific rules you have to follow, and you can only call it whiskey if it was aged for it's 2 or 3 years. I don't remember, but there are rules. But there's no special name. It's just referred to as whiskey. But again, Canadian whiskey is just called Canadian whiskey. Scotch whiskey's main rule is it's made in Scotland. There are other rules. Irish whiskey's main rule is it's made in Ireland, but there are other rules. Bourbon has quite a few rules because you get a bunch of American whiskies that aren't bourbon. But bourbon does have to be made in the US. The French have various brandies, cognacs that have to follow particular rules. To be called cognac, you have to come from the cognac region of France, plus a whole bunch of other rules. You can't call something tequila unless it's made in Mexico.
Yeah.
And it has to follow certain other rules as well.
I didn't realize
Good night, Hannah.
No, Hannah.
Later.
Just dropping in.
So, for the record, I have
Yeah.
made myself a snozzberry fizz,
Oh, nice.
the
Which is
official
gin,
drink of the
whiskey, and
channel.
some bubbles. Yeah.
So, I don't have slowberry gin, so I've instead used mango gin.
Oh, that mango gin is really nice though.
Mm.
From Craft
I've still
&
got
Co.
heaps of it left too.
Yeah. Yeah, because that was a really good price
So
when we went
good.
into Craft & Co.
Oh yeah, it was on special. I don't think
Yeah.
many people bought it, which is so weird because it was so yum.
It's
So
really good. It's really good.
Mm.
I'm tempted. They're having a thing in April. You're calling their autumn gin festival, gin market,
Okay.
where like up to 10 different gin people are going. And it's like you pay an entry fee, and then you just get all the samples. And
Okay.
I'm thinking of going. I got to say, it's in about a month. So,
Sure.
but anyway.
Well,
do
if you are, let me know
I-
because
Yeah, no. I will let you.
I know someone who lives close by.
Okay, good to know. Do you notice there's actually a difference in colour?
Yeah, I did notice that.
The one that's been aged longer has picked up more colour from the barrel. And also, it hasn't been diluted. So, you're like most spirits are 40%. They add water to get them to that because normally it comes off a still at anywhere between 50 and 70%.
Mm-hmm.
And they dilute it to hit a particular thing. The default thing for Bakery Hill is they think most of their whiskies work at 46%. That's what they bring it down to. But this was a limited cask strength release. So, oh, and that's don't dive in too much. That's the thing. You got to back off when you feel it burning. You got to back off a bit.
So you remember getting high, you're just like half
alcohol fumes.
Oh, jeez.
This is a bit like I've always think to me whiskeys are always sweet. It's just kind of what sort of sweet is it? This is a little bit kind of golden syrup to me, somewhere between golden syrup and honey.
I can definitely get the honey and syrup though.
Yeah, very very light. Oh, it's very nice. It's probably for something that's going to be burny when you drink it. It smells really nice. Oh, I like the way that goes down.
It's similar to Hibiki in the sense that it has a sharp and it burns, it can taste. But ooh, I'm getting a sense of like popcorn.
Yeah,
Popcorn.
I think that's coming from the wood, like they aged it in 2 different barrels, and the barrels are charred, and I think that's where you're getting the popcorn. Now you've said it though, it's really like buttery popcorn.
Yeah.
You put it into my head, it's definitely there.
It's either just regular cinema popcorn or like the caramel popcorn.
Definitely, yeah. But there's man, that's actually a really good call. The popcorn flavor, yeah. Oh, that's nice. You keep breathing in at the wrong time.
I do.
And And it's not sort of, oh, you can't take it. No, it's, if there's a waft of that alcohol vapor sitting there and you breathe in at the wrong time, you can't help but cough.
Well, this is more like, for some reason, there's a stronger vapor than Hibiki.
I think, what proof is the Hibiki? 43%. Okay. So this is slightly more alcohol. Not that. Yeah, I'm going to drop it. Slight fear that I was going to drop the precious whiskey on the floor, which, you know, to be fair, you know.
Dun, dun, dun.
Actually, it probably wouldn't trouble it out. It'd probably dent the wood floor.
Look, I don't want to put it to the test.
No, neither of us want that to happen.
Look, I'll be like buying Gumball from The Simpsons, like, process alcohol and just start licking them up.
Slurp it up off the floor before it goes through the cracks of the floorboards.
Jeez. Oh, no.
Oof. I love it just sits there. You've got all this alcohol vapor sitting in your mouth, and it's just like you breathe in and out, and you're still getting those flavors.
Sometimes I've always wanted it, like, having like strong, vapory alcohol. I feel like just getting a match and just seeing what will happen.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
well, it's the vapor that burns. Like if you try and light standard like 40% alcohol, it's actually a little bit difficult to get it to light.
yeah.
But if you warm it up, it starts to release the vapor, and then it's easier to flame it. But higher proof alcohol, like this one at 60%, if you put blowtorch, it would flame up straight away. So we won't do that because I don't want to burn the house down.
Which
Same
I
with
would
petrol.
ask
know,
the
you
question again, what's more likely? We die from alcoholism or from fire first?
Yeah.
So don't do this at home, anybody. But if you have a can of petrol that's been sitting in your shed for a while, like weeks and weeks and weeks, you can just, without moving it, open it up and throw a lit match in it, and nothing will happen. But then if you try it a second time, it'll explode.
Okay.
Because it's the vapor that
it is
that is flammable, not the liquid.
Yeah. There I remember there's
And mixed with air as well. It's got to be mixed with air.
There's a book I quite liked where a guy's being held at gunpoint by a crazy person, and they're in a garage, and I think the person like has a candle or something. They have something that's an open flame, and he thinks, I'm going to get him. There's a petrol there. I'll catch him off guard, and I'll just throw the petrol, and he'll burst into flames. And he throws petrol at this guy who's got an open flame, and the petrol just puts the flame out because the petrol's wet. And it's the vapor that burns the thing. And he's just going, I'm fucked now because this guy's got a gun. And the guy's like, yeah, I got a gun. And he does and shoots him. After a little bit of a conversation, he does shoot him. But when the guy fires the gun, he bursts into flames because the petrol's been sitting on him for a minute or two with the vapor going up. And when he fires the gun, it sparks and just ignites and turns him into a human torch. Mind you, the other guy also gets shot, not fatally, but he gets shot. But it was a fun little thing. Like, this guy's going, I'm going to get him, I'm going to throw petrol on him. And all it does is douse the flame. And he's like, that's not meant to happen.
Realistically, you're not going to understand the context I'll explain to you in some cases. Like, people think petrol plus flame equals fire.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you
also garage, la-di-da. Ooh, Mr. Fancy Man.
What do you call it?
A car hole.
Jeez. I don't know if we're drunk enough to have that kind of conversation.
I had to feed you the line. And again, that's classic old school Simpsons, because Homer says garage and Moe calls him Mr. La-di-da for saying it. And when Homer says, what do you call it? You expect Go to say garage instead of garage. and but he says car hole. It's just like,
Is that the one where Marge
And then later in the episode,
yes,
Yeah.
Homer goes into his garage and just he sees all these people in there and says, "What are you doing in my car hole?" And they're selling counterfeit jeans, which is actually a thing. Like
it actually
at the
is.
time, I thought it was like just a funny thing they thought of doing. Like, who the hell buys counterfeit jeans? But no, it's a thing.
That
It's a whole different flavor. It's much higher alcohol.
But it's easy to go down. Like it doesn't. It's no sharp. You don't have a sharp taste.
It's 60% alcohol. That's really high for whiskey, and it's actually you can drink it. It's wild. Oh my god, it's actually really quite nice. It's like most really high proof whiskeys are like a test. Can you possibly drink this?
It's very light.
Yeah,
Very light.
it's like caramel sort of thing.
I
Going
am
on.
getting a small sense of caramel taste.
Yeah. Ugh.
I just had a strange thought. Going back to that voice meter thing. we were
Back
talking
to
about
voice
before.
meter.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Bloody, were you talking about me earlier about doing like cybersecurity?
Oh,
You do cybersecurity and you can't figure out how to do voice meter.
I don't do technical stuff.
Oh, really? It's cybersecurity, dude.
I
doesn't do
actually,
technical
joke
stuff.
aside, I do understand the concept of voice meter. It's a virtual mixing desk. It's just it requires me to actually sit and think and go, okay, yes, if input A goes to output B, that means this is what's happening. But it's like, but do I want to think? I don't know. I don't know if I want to think.
Apparently, thinking is for nerds.
Oh,
Says the nerd who programmed it for him.
yeah, I know. Grace, you went out.
Hey,
and
I'm a proud nerd. Thank you very much.
I still don't
Just
think we're
ask
too
me
specific.
any question about Lord of the Rings. Any question at all.
Oh, that's a specific sort of nerdery. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So, Rays, we're trying hard to be Tim Smith.
Please.
We're drinking like 60% ABV whiskey at the moment. So, which also not my highest proof spirit I have here. So,
What is your highest proof spirit?
well, if we ignore the Polish spiritus, which is not for drinking, which is 95%, it's to use as a base for other things and make tinctures and flavors. But things that are for drinking, I've got a rum that is over 75% ABV, and I have an absinthe that's 80% ABV.
Nice.
Yeah.
I actually recently I've been going to a lot of events and just having a few drinks at the house of the lads. For like wedding parties and stuff, I had flasks just full of absinthe, and I was drinking it straight in front of everyone. It's like, how the hell are you doing that? And it's like, I'm gonna get drunk really fast, and my tolerance for alcohol is like higher than normal. So I stuck to absinthe. Jeez.
It's why I like absinthe. It's why I like martinis. I did see a routine I thought was quite funny by a comedian, and it was actually in a podcast. It wasn't a live thing, but they were talking about alcohol, and he's just going like, martinis are kind of good, but martini drinkers scare me because martini drinkers are people who front up to the bar and says, "I don't have time. I need to be unconscious soon. Give me a martini." He's going, "That's for people who don't want to fuck around."
So I noticed that you didn't ask any questions about Lord of the Rings, and I'm kind of
okay.
hoping that you would.
No. I will do it. I'm trying to think of a good one though.
Okay, if you know a lot about Lord of the Rings, how many horses did they have in the charge for or was it the? It was in the second movie. It was Minas Tirith.
What? No, I'm talking about the books.
Oh, the books.
That sort of nerd.
The books.
Tell us about Tom Bombadil.
Tom Bombadil. What do you want to know about Tom Bombadil and his wife Goldberry, who lived
physical
lived near
embodiment
the
of
Ettenmoors.
the spiritual embodiment of the music, or either music or scoring.
He's a lesser god, isn't he? He's a
Yeah.
Maya.
Well, he was, by his own admission, he was there at just like after the creation of Ada, after the music of the Olundale. So he's got to be either one of the Maya or a lesser Valar, or one of my favorite theories is that he's one of the unknown entities from outside the void, and he just happens to be benevolent. Tolkien left it very ambiguous on purpose. One thing we do know is that he's completely above the power of the One Ring. So, with two
Yes,
members of
he
the
put it on
Fellowship.
his
Oh,
finger.
that's
I
yeah,
think
it had no effect. Two members of the Fellowship are cousins. That would be
Is it Pippin and Merry?
Merry and Frodo.
Yes,
Pippin and
because
Frodo?
that was the insult Lobelia Sackville Baggins says to Frodo, "You're not a Baggins, you're a Brandybuck." And Merry says, "But that's a compliment, and so therefore not true."
Yeah, yeah. Also, their names are different in Hobbitish because the book is written from the perspective written in Westron, i.e., the common tongue. The Red Book of Westmarch, i.e., the Lord of the Rings. But in the native Hobbit language, what is the name of the sword that Elrond gives to Aragorn? I have that. Hang on.
Yeah, you can go there, and I'll throw it.
Yeah.
That's an easy one. It starts off being the shards of Narsil.
Narsil, forged by the dwarven smiths of the First Age of the Blue Mountains, east of Beleriand.
Yeah, and the shards are reforged into a new sword, which Abigail's about to bring in her replica of.
Oh, that sounds cool.
It is. I've seen it. It's pretty cool.
A little trivia. My uncle in New Zealand was actually asked to be a horseman in the movie.
Nice.
But he turned it down.
Oh, no.
Because he thought at the time it wasn't going to make a good movie.
Oh, because I think they got like virtually everyone in New Zealand who could ride a horse in some of those scenes.
When I heard about the story, I thought, you ass!
So here we have Anduril, Flame of the West.
Yes.
Forged from the shards of Narsil by the smiths of Rivendell.
Yeah.
And here is Glamdring, forged in Gondolin by the elves of the First Age. And found in a troll hole by the company of 9 dwarves, and led by Thorin, and wielded by Gandalf until he
Biter
passed.
and Beta.
Sorry?
Biter and Beta.
So yeah, they're made of foam and they're not real.
It's
So-
Boring.
But
Slight anticlimax.
I know, but how cool is it? These are in my gaming room, hanging on the wall. So, a friend of mine just gave this to me, Anduril, because she's moving to Ireland. So,
Oh, nice.
Awesome addition to my collection.
It is. And honestly, Safa,
And this one I got at PAX.
That is an excellent and unanswerable question. Why isn't Temuera Morrison in The Lord of the Rings? He should have been. Oh, God, I didn't see you there. Raze, how you doing, buddy?
Because there's no accounting for taste, apparently.
I know.
And I don't know who that is.
Well, he was Jake the Muss in Once Were Warriors, which he was so scary in that movie. And he was Django Fett, from whom
okay.
All the
if you grew up with enough
he might have
Kiwis,
been.
you know
He may have been an orc.
No, he just wasn't in it. He was doing something else. I don't know.
For real, if you grew up with enough Kiwis,
Maybe
you know
a
a Jake the Muss. That's not even a
Yeah.
doubt. Like everyone
No,
knows a fucking Jake the Muss.
I swear to fuck, after watching Once Were Warriors, I was so nervous when I went to pubs for a few years after. I was just eyeing people up and went, there's no Jake the Muss here, is there? Because that guy was terrifying.
Yeah, no, I know like 3 of them, man, and they're fucking
I bet.
indestructible.
Yeah. No, the really funny thing is the book Once Were Warriors was this massive bestseller in New Zealand. It was huge. And Temuera Morrison was famous in New Zealand for being in a soap, Shortland Street. He was a doctor and he was a much loved, lovable character. And he auditioned for the character, this terrifying character, Jake the Muss, and got the role. And all the New Zealanders were like, he can't be Jake the Muss. He's too nice. Everyone loves him. And then you watch this movie and he's this terrifying, psycho, violent guy. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, there's this one bit
out of his mind in that movie.
The bit that really did my head in, Jake and his married mates are in a pub and they're just having drinks. And there's some white bikies come to the bar and they're acting tough and wild and stuff. And Jake and his mates are just going whatever. And this freakishly massive Maori guy just stands in the middle of these 2 white bikers and is like, the fuck are you doing? And they're about to start something. And this guy just pulverizes them. Like they weren't doing anything. And he just deliberately went up, started shit and pulverized them. And everyone's like, well, that happened. And then like Jake and his mates, I think they got some women with them trying to have a date. And this guy goes over to the jukebox and plays something really loud and he's like fucking up the mood. And they're saying we should do something. And Jake goes, no, don't worry, I'll go talk to him. And Jake's a big scary guy, but he's like half the size of this fucking man mountain he's going up to. And he just says to him, like, he says something and the guy's like, you want to start something? And he goes, oh, those are nice muscles, mate. How'd you get all those muscles? And the guy's going, you trying to start something? And then Jake just goes, no warning, just pummels the guy, just rapidly, just bam, 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 just smashes the guy's face in and knocks him out and leaves him on the floor. And then he just casually walks back to his friends who are all going, fuck. And he just goes, oh, he's trouble, too much weight, it's not enough speedball. It was just like the setup was brilliant because the white bikies were being really aggressive and threatening people, and then this scary man mountain just went and fucked them up. And then Jake just casually goes over and fucks up the man mountain, and you're just like, that is not a man to be fucked with. That is.
Is this in the movie? Is this in?
Yeah.
That's in the movie Once for Warriors.
That shit's got like one of the
I'm-
best lines. He's sitting there, he's like, Jake the Muss, Jake the Snake. And then he just goes back to cooking.
Talking about his
So
penis.
I'm setting sail.
Oh,
going on a
right,
voyage.
yeah. No, it is worth. It's extremely confrontational.
Yeah, it is a tough
there is
one.
actually, it's violent. There is child abuse. It's not graphic, but it happens in it.
It depends on the definition. It's a tough one to watch. I'm not gonna lie.
It
I
is
can't stomach that one scene.
It's tough. It is an unflinching. But here's the weird thing. Apparently, virtually every single adult in New Zealand saw that movie in the cinema. It was like such a cultural phenomenon in New Zealand. Virtually everyone saw it in the cinema. But it definitely got Temuera Morrison on the international stage. He's pretty fucking amazing.
Yeah, that movie's good. It's like Sleepers. Like, it's a good movie, but fuck,
Tough.
it's such a hard movie to
going.
watch. Like,
Sleepers?
you'll watch it once and be like, shit.
Sleepers is about some guys who got abused as kids in a Catholic school.
Based on a real story, apparently.
Oh, yeah. And, oh, God, what's the other one? Mystic River, the one with Sean Penn and Tim Robbins in it. That's adults dealing with childhood trauma is really rough.
Yeah, I've literally told people not to watch Sleepers. Like, it's just one of them movies where if you're not ready for that movie, that will fuck your brain up. Like,
Yeah, it's that's what, like, you get all those people who mock trigger warnings, but there are certain films, books, TV shows, whatever.
Yeah.
You should tell someone there's a depiction in this of this. If you're not in the right headspace for that,
Yeah,
maybe
no.
don't watch this.
Like it is, and like Sleepers is a good movie, and it's informative. Like it does show a lot of what used to happen, and does bring reality into it. But it's also just like you're going on a ride. Like you're going on a big wave on that one, and it'll fuck you up for a bit.
Yeah.
So,
Have you seen Mystic River, Rose?
I think I've seen bits of it.
I reckon
think
it's
it's a little
darker than
bits and pieces.
Sleepers.
Is it?
It's there's some similar themes in it. And I reckon it's darker than Sleepers.
I think I'll give that one a miss, honestly. I've seen
Yeah,
enough of that shit.
You need to know ahead of time that Mystic River gets really dark.
Yeah. I mean, like, I sat through Sleepers, and that was rough. So if that one's rough and you reckon that's, I'm good.
Yeah. But there's a lot of similarities because it's adults dealing with childhood trauma.
Yeah.
And it's fucked up. But good cast like Tim Robbins and Sean Penn and a few others. And so they're very good at it. But that just makes it that much harder to deal with, that they make it feel so real when they're doing it.
Is it like you got like potentially controversial content, but you find that if you have like AAA, well, not AAA, like high-ranking actors and everything in this movie, it kind of goes from controversial to, oh, this is interesting, or this is entertainment.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's meaningful, but it can still be pretty hard going.
Yeah.
Like if you were a studio genuinely wanting to get the information out, that's kind of the only way to get it out is to have like
big names
in it. Or else if you have like lower people performing the job, people look at this like, this is utter garbage.
It's
Why
like
would you bring this?
exploitation or something. Yeah. Oh god. Okay. Somewhat unrelated. I was going to say lighter. Actually, still has some heaviness. Mrs. Angry and I were looking for something to watch this week because we'd finished the other series we were watching, and we chose this one that's on Prime. It's called 1883, and it's this guy in America. I forget his name, but he's making all these things that are like mythologizing the West. And there was, I don't know, a series which I haven't seen, which was really popular. It's like, you know, Western salt of the earth people. And then there was like a prequel series that had Harrison Ford and Helen Mirren in it called 1923. And that was like the generation previous to this popular show and how they got their farm in, because 1923, there was still sort of wild areas. But then, of course, 1883 is 2 generations earlier than that. And we'd watched 1923 and liked it and said, oh, well, let's watch this one. And it was like, and I was looking, it's like 10 episodes. And I don't know what made me think, I started watching and going, wait, is that the first episode? And I swear I checked and it was saying episode 1, season 1, because there's 1 season of it. And we watched it and it was good. But then at the end, it was obviously over. And I went, wait, what the fuck? Was that the last episode? And I looked and it was. And it's because someone in my family had watched it previously. And so it thought I'd watched all the other. But I swear I checked and it's episode 1. So then it was like, oh, well, fuck it. And we watched episode 1. And then we watched the first 2 episodes and enjoying it. We go, this is actually a really interesting way to watch a show like this. You watch the last episode and you see the resolution, and then you go back and you get all the setup and you go, oh, wow, that character changes a lot by the end. Oh, they're all fucking dead because they weren't in the last episode.
Angry Aussie revolutionizing how you watch a TV show.
But I swear, people want to watch it. But yeah, but I felt stupid as hell because I swear I checked and no, this is definitely episode 1. And then it finished and you're going, that was definitely the last episode. What the fuck? But then we go back and there's like all these extra characters in the first 2 episodes and you go, you're all fucking dead. Because you're not
like,
in the last
it's like watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, because you know what happens after. Yeah.
That was a really good show, though. Like, I was a bit standoffish to start with. Those first few episodes, you're like, oh, here we go, you know. But then when they start bringing in, like, some of the other characters and shit like that. You're like, fuck, that's how he ended up in a wheelchair. That's how this, you know, and that was pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yep.
The ending, I like the ending.
Yeah. And hello, Richard, and good morning to
Hey.
you. And yeah, strictly saying, I do agree. Mystic River is good. Dark as fuck, though. You really have to be ready for it because it's pretty fucking
Better
heavy.
or worse than Mystic Pizza?
I really enjoyed Mystic Pizza, honestly.
What the
That was a
fuck is
fun
that?
movie. That's like an 80s or 90s movie.
Oh, but now
Julia
I
Roberts
kind
is
of
in it,
want to
isn't
see
she?
that now.
Isn't Julia Roberts in Mystic Pizza?
I don't remember. I just
I feel
remember
like,
the
I feel like it's
name.
Julia Roberts before Pretty Woman.
Something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I actually stumbled across a horror movie
Oh,
that's had me hooked.
See,
for the
that's
last
saying something
few
strictly
days.
Sega.
I know.
Domino's Pizza is barely even pizza.
That's a dark review.
Fuck that. That shit, you know, Domino's is good when you're broke.
Nah. The
Yeah,
last
when
time I had, do you know the old saying, "There's no such thing as bad pizza"?
Yeah.
I've had
No,
Domino's
no.
pizza that I would rather have not had pizza
Yeah.
at all.
Well, the full
'Cause
saying I
it
usually
tasted
hear
like
people.
absolute shit.
The full
Like it was just awful.
The full saying I usually hear people say is "There's no such thing as bad pizza or bad sex," and I feel like saying to those people, "You're probably doing a bunch of bad sex and you don't know it," and everyone else is wishing they didn't get involved with you. But you know,
All I'm saying is anyone who says there's no bad sex has never caught chlamydia.
I sense the time I sense the time-honored experience. I sense way too much experience.
Oh dear, dear, dear. That's a whole thing.
Well, it's when with pizza, those who have never had fucking food poisoning would.
Yeah. Yes. I haven't had food poisoning from pizza. I had food poisoning from KFC.
Oh, well, that's KFC. Of course you would.
Yeah.
I can't eat KFC. If I eat KFC, I'm instantly sick. It's the most fucking weird thing. Like I used to eat it all the time. And I can't even eat the Zinger burger no more. That pisses me off because I love a Zinger.
See, I'm a wuss. The Zinger was actually too hot for me. I'm a wuss.
I like spicy stuff. But I haven't had.
I mean, it is what it is.
I'm just not a spicy person.
I've never, even when I ate meat, I never liked chicken. So, and now I'm a vegetarian.
How can you not like chicken? Though? Like,
what's
come
wrong
on.
with you? Why would you forsake meat?
I have to admit,
Because I don't like eating of animals.
That's fair. I have to admit,
I do not like eating the flesh of living beings.
I have a real weakness for KFC popcorn chicken, even though it's obviously stuff they swept up off the floor and squeezed together into little balls and then fried.
Funny enough, KFC was my second job.
Yeah,
and I maintained it for like 4 years.
Holy shit! I lasted like 4 weeks.
I worked at Hungry Jack's for 4 hours and was fired. So I think I'll win this fucking contest. They fired me in 4 fucking hours.
Man, I only lasted that long was because my old man, he raised me on you must have a strong job. You must keep working. If you're sick, are you really sick enough to not work?
Yeah, when you're working in food, fuck yeah, you are.
If you're even slightly sick, you shouldn't go in there. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm 4 years
with that salmonella.
But also paycheck at the end of the day. Like as much as I hate KFC, especially working in the industry, I do recommend it to those who don't have a job and need to get into the industry.
Because I work for McDonald's, KFC, and Pizza Hut, and I would rate KFC as the worst place to work and the worst quality food. But also, this was a very long time ago, so maybe it's better now. McDonald's was kind of
your skin up. I always heard that you get bad pimples and shit working at KFC. It full fucks your skin with all the oils and stuff.
Yeah, because the oil and frying stuff in the oil is just ugh.
There was once when we were cooking KFC, we had got those hot trays and stuff at the front where you get the food. A fly flew in there and got into the water where the boil up to get the thing.
Yeah.
And the boss looked at me, he's like, "It's quiet."
Just
Bloody what?
Just keep it quiet. Fuck me. Yeah, I'm done.
We used to fuck with people like I was working at McDonald's old days where all the burgers were in styrofoam packets.
Oh Lord.
Oh,
And we would fuck with our friends, like we'd be eating with our friends and they'd have a burger in styrofoam packet and we'd poke holes in the packets and they say, why are you doing that? So if you don't, they go through the bins and wash out the packets and reuse them.
oh,
What
And
the
because we
fuck?
were, it wasn't true, but because we worked there and we would say things like that, people would believe us. It was just-
Well, it is that power. Like you are behind the you're behind the desk doing all the food prep and everything. They assume that your word is law.
yeah.
Now, if I was still at KFC and I would say, hey, don't tell anyone, but the chicken's actually goat meat, they
Yeah.
would actually believe me.
The recurring thing when I was young was KFC was actually rabbit or something.
Yeah, then we got that. It was rabbit roadkill.
Roadkill. Oh dear. But yeah, no, Pizza Hut was the best place to work and had the best sort of quality fresh food.
I love their ice cream machine because as a kid, I just filled the bowl
Yeah.
until it was overflowing. And my parents look at me, it's like, what are you doing? It's like, yeah, ice
I caught the
cream.
back end of that. I caught the very, very, very back end of the all you can eat. There was one in Yarraville where the McDonald's in Yarraville is. That used to be Pizza Hut, and my grandmother used to live just up the road. So when I was like real young, we used to go there. And then like as I got older, I was like, fuck, I wish I still had them. That would have been like banging.
So I'm also loving Loogie saying worked at Wendy's, lasted 20 minutes, wanted a smoke break, and manager said, "You don't get breaks, so just quit."
oh,
No, I get that
is
though.
literally illegal.
I get that though.
I'm completely on board with your decision to just tell them to fuck off.
Like imagine working in that service and not being allowed to go have a cigarette. Like this is why there's shootings. Like,
It's wild.
When I was at KFC, my manager was so bipolar, and she was pregnant at the time. We were having I was working Fridays or Saturdays, and all this shit. We had like a massive lines and some of that. I finished at 4:00 in the afternoon, but I couldn't get to the boss saying, "Hey, my time's up. Can I go home?" I ended up staying on the registers and doing my shift and everything. Then she came up to me afterwards, like, "Alex, what time are you finished?" And I said, "Oh, it was like 2 hours ago." It's like, why the hell did you not get back to me then? It's like, did you not see the line? Holy shit. And you're making me out to be the bad guy.
Yeah.
Every fucking time.
The really good thing about working at Pizza Hut is they had a rule: if there'd been ordered pizzas that weren't picked up at close, we'd just take them. So our friends would call like 20 minutes before closing and order pizzas and never pick them up. And we go, "Oh no, there's half a dozen pizzas.
Oh, that's awesome.
We're just going to have to take them." Yeah, that's a shame.
God.
I remember year 12
Oh,
in
because
high
you get
school.
ID. Yeah.
Year 12 in high school doing a final year project at a mate's house, and his older sister worked at McDonald's. And
Yeah.
when we were working late on this project, she'd come home with just tons of leftover McDonald's that they were otherwise going to throw out, and it was cold and a bit stale, but we didn't care.
Yeah, we had a deal with the cops when I worked at McDonald's. They knew what time we shut, and they could go boss, and we just go like, "Well, how many people are on shift?" And it's like 12. It was just like put 20 burgers in a bag and go, "Well, there you go. If you want them, take them."
Well, I found out in America, I don't know how true this is, but apparently in America, it's completely illegal.
Oh,
So from what I've been told, and I don't know the truth on this, someone will have to research it, but in America, it's completely illegal apparently to give the food away at closing time. So like they've got to throw the food out or something. Yeah.
Like this was not an official thing we did because technically it's illegal here too. But it was the cops. And we had a deal, taxi drivers would get a free coffee, but cops would basically get free meals. It was just like, because if people get to know that cops are coming in on the regular because they get free food, they're not going to try and rob you because a cop could come in the door at any second. And yeah, at the end of nights, because you're doing lockup and it's the cash for the day, which is a high risk thing. And the cops will cruise by and get a bag of burgers from you. It vastly reduces the chances of you getting robbed.
Whoever come up with them statistics hasn't been the Footscray on Dole Day.
Well, Footscray's different, mate.
What about?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Muralbark?
No.
Nah.
I'm familiar with it.
Muralbark. There's okay, Muralbark. It's near Croydon and Lilydale. It's
Right.
kind of between those two. And there's a notorious roundabout called Five Ways. It's basically three roundabouts in one, kind of joined together, in a kind of Uber roundabout. And on this roundabout is a cop shop, a McDonald's, and a bowling alley.
What
What and a school, and a school, amongst other things.
I need to go.
You got to look it up. Look it up on Google Maps. But yeah, the cops are always at the McDonald's. I reckon it's the safest McDonald's ever.
It does sound pretty safe. Yeah. Talking about Footscray, I lived in Footscray my first year or so in Melbourne, and it's funny because we moved here. My ex and I, when our firstborn arrived, because all the babysitters were here, but they were living out in St Albans, and I was looking at maps and going, I am not living that fucking far out of the city. So I was looking at like the halfway point seems to be this place Footscray. How about we live there? Then we're halfway between. And I didn't know Melbourne, and this was 25 years ago. Okay, so Footscray was a bit fucking rough 25 years ago. And I'm just like, how about there? And my partner's sister, who was a Melbourne person, and she's going, oh, you don't want to live there. And she said, there's been shootings there. And what I heard was lesbian shootings there. And I know. And I was just confused and said, depending what that means, if lesbian shootings means lesbians were shot, then I'm safe.
I mean, they probably were.
If
too,
there's
to be
shootings
fair. being
being conducted by lesbians, I could be a target. So I'd be less safe. And then she looks at me and goes, what the fuck? And she went, no, there has been shootings there. And I went, oh, okay, yeah. But also,
it was pretty frequently back then too. Like it wasn't like an off thing to go there and hear popping.
It was,
you know?
There was some wild shit happened there back then. But also, we used to get like the neighborhood watch leaflet once a month or whatever, and it would just be this cavalcade of like car stolen, breaking and entering, theft from car, just all these theft. And then one month I was just reading through it, like, oh, here's this month, and it was like, you know, car theft, breaking and entering, theft from car, murder, and I went, oh, that's fun. But the worst thing is, I found out what happened. There was a servo just up on the corner from us, and that's where it had happened. And because I also never fucking walked around Footscray at night. But the one time I did, like I went up to the servo to get milk late at night, and it's locked up like Fort Knox, and there's this little speaker, and you have to push a button, and they go, what do you want? And I went, and he said, just tell me what you want and I'll get it. And I went, milk. And the guy inside goes to get milk and puts it in, and put the money in the tray. Put money in the tray. And he puts it, and I didn't know. But what happened, and it was just bad luck that it happened in my neighborhood, really. Someone did get stabbed to death at this server, but it was nothing to do with the server. What happened, like a suburb away, there'd been a family thing. It was like a christening.
We're talking about like mafia family? Or?
Probably. They were pretty
that way. It would have been more of the Middle Eastern, probably.
Yeah, and apparently the marriage was not completely approved of by some members, and there was real fractures between the other. It was a christening, and there was a huge fight, and then someone who was involved in the fight left, and I don't know, they didn't realize someone was following them that they'd been fighting with, and they pulled into the servo to get petrol, and this car pulled in behind them, and someone jumped out. It was like, "What the fuck you want?" It just had a knife and just went doish.
What the
remember something about that.
hell?
So
I
that was
think I
actually
remember something about that happening because that was on the news from memory.
that was technically nothing to do with our neighborhood. It's just the guy stopped there for petrol, and the person who was after him just came behind him. But it took me a couple of days to find out. But it was really funny when I was just used to seeing all these theft, assault, theft, murder. Okay, what the fuck? And it's just,
Yeah, so for that, it wasn't
Just
that
the odd
TV show
murder.
doesn't really.
yeah.
So
But
for
also-
that TV
yeah.
show was completely inaccurate. Like that shit was happening, but it wasn't. You weren't walking in the street to all that happening, eh? Like,
No. It was pretty, like I said, this was nothing to do with the neighborhood, and no one outside of these two people was in danger.
yeah.
It just ended up happening in the neighborhood. What was funny is that house we moved into, they had those roller shutters on all the window, and I'd never lived in a place that had those. And I was like, this is weird and fucked up. Then you've been in the neighborhood for a while and you go, no, I'm actually okay with it. I'm just going to go to bed and I'm going to roll down all the roller shutters on all the windows and feel a bit comfortable in my bed.
Well, that was the thing with Footscray. It was never really the locals weren't the problem. Like if you lived in Footscray and you met the people in Footscray, like there was some, in the flats, but it was like St. Albans and shit was like fighting Sunshine, and they'd go in there, and then all the Vietnamese had the drug trade, and they were killing each other. Like it never had shit to do with anyone in Footscray itself. They were just there, like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, God, after Footscray, I moved to Sunshine, which was a whole different thing. And my favorite Sunshine story, which I have told, I think, multiple times on the stream, but it's like a fish and chip shop in Sunshine one night, and there's this guy with his kid, and this guy's like a stereotype. He's like skinny and looking like a crackhead, and he's got all these tattoos and scars, but that he was just like he's getting stuff, and he's saying to the little fella like, "Oh yeah, do you want one of those, champ? We'll get you a scallop and all this." And I was standing there thinking, see, people would judge that guy on his appearance, but he's been so good with that kid. He's a great bloke. And as they were going out, I know the kid did something that annoyed him and was trying to like get a chocolate, and I heard he leaned down to this kid who I don't know is like 6 to 8 years old and just went, "Just fucking go or I'll cut your dog's head off."
Buddy, what the hell?
How that kid's not going to grow up to be a serial killer, I don't know. But it's just like, because I had literally spent this time going, see, that bloke's defying stereotypes. He looks a bit scary.
That kid today.
This line came out of nowhere. And I was like,
that kid
what?
today, Pat.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, the ages work. The ages work. My God.
The craziest one I've seen.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
This would have been like 06 probably. Like I was doing like a community school in Sunshine. It's like the one they send you to before you go to juvie. So like I went to that and you had to catch a train in and shit. And I was walking to it and I'll never forget it. It was some crackhead arguing with her boyfriend and she just shit in her hand and hit him with it. Like she just fucking shit. It was like 9 a.m. Like you're not awake enough for this.
Oh my God. It's just reminded there was a comedian I really liked. He's a friend of Ides, Richard something, but he had this routine where he was doing this really quite funny take on like a crackhead couple going at each other. They're like seagulls basically, and he's doing this voice of them going like rah, rah, rah. And it's like, yeah, I feel like I've seen those people, and it was a story similar to what you're saying.
Yeah,
it's just basically awful. And he goes, you know what? All I can think is, I don't have a girlfriend. They're together. What the fuck am I doing wrong that I can't get a girlfriend?
Fuck, man. Yeah, there's been some weird ones in
that.
One.
That just hits too close to home.
It's real though. You look at it. Yeah.
I know. It's like I see some of the people who like
They find something.
have girlfriends, and I'm like, how am I single?
Yeah.
Like, how does that work?
There's ever a
If-
sales pitch for
If
meth.
that mouth breather has
Yeah.
a girlfriend,
Yeah.
what does that say about me?
What does it say about them?
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, what the
Doesn't
fuck
say
does it
that
say? That's where I'm at. Eh?
Yeah.
Like, if they have a girlfriend, but is she crazy? Is she
Yeah.
of high quality?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
she mentally stable? Is he mentally stable?
Well, mind you, going the other way,
Yeah.
there were those fun stories going around on Reddit years ago of men who wouldn't wipe their asses, and the women saying
yuck.
like,
Oh yeah. Oh,
being on
Yeah,
top when
I've heard
he's like, when
this.
he's back on the bed and it leaves a smear, and
Yeah.
they're basically saying like wiping their ass is gay and whatnot, and the women going, "Is this normal?" And everyone's going, "No." But I was like reading these stories of guys who literally don't wipe their ass and leave stains on sheets and go, "Am I trying too hard?" You know, I'm putting in the hard yards in my relationship. Am I doing too much? I mean, would just not leaving shit stains on the sheets be enough? I mean, I'd be ahead of someone.
Well, there was I actually know of a situation similar to this.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was in a toxic relationship for several years.
Mm.
Her partner, being the fucking man-child of the years,
Yeah.
didn't flush toilets.
Oh, okay.
He was an absolute slob and a pig, and he was a man-child. But I hung out with him because I liked his. She was a good friend to
Yeah.
me and the rest of us.
Yeah.
But they were a package deal.
And so you're trying to be nice to him just because.
Like,
I
I can't.
I
I
hated
can't
the
do that.
guy so
Yeah.
much, but what can you do?
Yeah, it's
You,
awkward.
Teach him to flush the fucking toilet for starters would be what you could
Yeah.
do. Like, go
Yeah.
drag him in there by the throat and be like, "This button, fuckhead, touch it."
Yeah. But see, that's was my thinking. Am I trying too hard when there are people like that in the world? You know, maybe I
Ooh,
shouldn't
shit stains.
do
That's just fucking
Well,
next level.
all the things that I just regard as basic human decency. Is that too much effort?
Yeah.
apparently it is for some people.
Apparently it is for some people.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Sorry, Lugie's having the real talk though, debating on chocolate ice cream and coffee for breakfast.
Do it.
I mean, fuck. I'm not going to argue with you.
All right,
But
look
you
this
have
way.
leftover mac
We're
and
not meant to
cheese.
eat breakfast anyway, so what you eat for breakfast is up to you completely because we're meant to start at lunch anyway.
Sure.
What did
Like,
you
you need
say?
something to get you through.
We're
the
not
morning.
meant to, if you look it
Hang
up,
on.
like in the
Yeah.
caveman era and shit, we were gathering in the morning and we ate at lunch. So
Yeah.
Citation needed?
Yeah, but also, I tell you what, that is real. The cereal companies who
Oh, I've heard the story.
invented that breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Oh
That
yeah,
was-
that's total
That
bullshit.
was some amazing marketing that had no basis
Yeah.
in reality.
Oh,
But pretty good effort in marketing, though.
Yeah.
Same
Either
as
way.
John Kellogg was nuts. If you look at the guy whose name gives us Kellogg's cornflakes and whatnot, who did actually create breakfast cereal, guy was nuts.
Oh, he was a nutcase.
He was crazy. Cornflakes was meant to stop you masturbating or something.
What?
No,
Yep.
for real.
Yep.
He was nuts.
Is that
it
what he
really
said?
doesn't.
Yeah, no. He was
Jeez.
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah,
crazy.
and I eat cornflakes every day. I furiously masturbate like
Yeah,
several
100%.
times
Yeah,
a day.
so it doesn't work.
Hey.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, 100%.
Hey,
I
sure.
brought a fucking flashlight.
I got
you
a
know,
picture
like,
of Taylor Swift up there, and yeah, just rubbing one out constantly.
So I like this non sequitur from Strictly Sega. Creme de cacao. Are you just saying that's what we should have for breakfast? I mean, I'd be on board with that too. Chocolate liqueur for breakfast. Oh yes, Safa, that was the funny thing. People talking about the cost of living crisis. The head of some cereal company said, "Oh, you should save money by eating cereal for dinner."
that was Kellogg's.
Yes.
That was
To
Kellogg's.
which everyone
I'm
said,
pretty sure.
"Dude, if I ever see you on the
How
fucking
about we
street-"
eat you?
Yeah.
I love
that's
that as a society, we're getting smart enough to like realize that these guys are just utter batshit.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
as opposed to what 50, maybe even 40 or 30 years ago when these people could get away with saying shit like that and it worked.
Yeah, the
think
champions of industry. Yeah.
Oh man, I love how society's getting smarter. Or why
Honestly,
not?
social media is playing a big part in that, though. Like people can
shit,
talk all the
I
shit
think
they want.
Social
but-
media is doing the heavy lifting in this.
It's also making crazy people crazier, but I think there are positives in there too. But
Yeah.
I've got you for this one though. I can tell you why it's better that they're on social media now.
yeah,
Because there's nothing fucking worse than walking down the street and seeing some right-wing protest walking down the street. Now they're just protesting comment sections and you can just hit fucking block. You don't have to deal with it. They don't block your cars. You don't have to do shit.
yeah,
So fuck it. Post away. I don't care.
yeah. Let them. I agree, absolutely. Yeah, I won't pay any attention. I'm gonna go get some more ice so we can have another non-alcoholic beverage and then maybe an alcoholic beverage. And
Sounds good to me.
you know, who the hell
Abigail,
knows?
did you hear that? He spoke about Footscray. Now he's going to get ice.
Okay, I swear to God. Okay, true story. Because I always have ice in my drinks. When my kids were quite little, like probably under 10, we were driving around down at St Kilda, and there was a huge billboard, an anti-drug ad that said, "Ice is a dirty drug," and they just yeah, Daddy, and they knew that it wasn't thinking, and they would just take. These were less than teenagers taking the piss out of me, just going, "Yeah, you have ice all the time. That's a dirty drug." And I was laughing, but I was just like, "Do me a favor and do not make that joke at school." Okay?
Dude, and that's
Don't
when they started bringing in the
say-
drug awareness on
We saw
parents
the
too.
thing. We saw the thing that said ice is a dirty drug, and our dad does ice all the time.
Yeah.
Don't you just love kids?
They're
Kids.
awesome.
God damn. Could you imagine though, like these days, because they have the teachers actually question kids, but they do it smart. They'll bring in like devices like crack pipes and shit and be like, "Have you ever seen one of these before?" And when that kid puts his hand up and goes, "Yeah," a fucking snitch, they definitely jump straight on him. You know what I mean? Like they're on that
If
kid.
you really blame the kid, though, depending on how young they are, they literally don't understand the concept of snitching.
I'm blaming him regardless.
Yeah. I'm only blaming them because it affects me personally.
Yeah, how dare they? No, I think it is a good thing because I mean, even when I was in school, I still remember fucking heaps of kids' parents were drug addicts, and you wouldn't even know, you know. So,
As a kid, there have been signs when I was talking to other students of my age, like they were laying it down thick of their home life and everything, and it baffles you because in some cases you think, "Oh, I live a relatively good life. How can anyone not live a stable and safe growing up?" When you dealing with other students and stuff that say like, "Oh, my mum tried to kill me as a child," like that. So,
you fucking what?
what kind of person does that? It's like so foreign and alien to you.
It does
Holy
say a
shit.
lot about your parents, though, too. Like when you can sit there and say, like, "Yeah, I had no idea the world was that fucked up." Like, and then you're like, "Damn, my parents actually did a good job," you know.
Or you hear like other kids saying,
I
"Oh, well, I'm
I
living
choose
with my
to stay out
my
of this
dad this week.
conversation.
Yeah, you're just like my
Next week I'm living with my mum," and I'm thinking, "Don't your parents still live together?" It's like, "No, they divorced ages ago." What's divorce? This was when I was like, I don't know, fucking 10 years old or something.
You know it's bad when you go to school and like they'll be like, "Oh, so what's your mom doing?" Like, "No, she don't work. My dad does." And they're like, "Your parents are together? What the fuck?" Like, and everyone around you saying it. So,
Or you got the
I'm
you
just
got the
gonna,
really crazy one
I'm just
where-
gonna. Yeah, I can't enter this conversation because It wasn't until I was like 18 or 19 when I realized what good parents were.
It's so sad that all you can do is laugh, though. It's like, what the fuck? Like,
If you don't laugh, you'll cry. So
yeah.
I just realized voices must be carrying down to the other end of that house.
Yeah.
And like Mrs. Angry's in bed, so
Oh,
I'm
whoops.
going to get in trouble. So we've got to make an effort to be less boisterous. So
yeah,
Okay.
angry.
what did I miss? Lugie's chocolate ice cream fermented like mead, freeze distilled to make chocolate jacks. Wow. Okay, that sounds wild. Oh, the jacking thing. That's there's an American. No, a different jacking. A different one.
You,
That
you have
topic
a
was
picture of
before,
Taylor
man.
Swift on your ceiling too?
What's going on
There's
there?
an American apple brandy called Applejack, and the way they used to make it was in places where it got really cold, like snowed and shit in winter. They would have a barrel of apple cider out in the cold, and it would start to freeze. But alcohol freezes last, so what's freezing first is water. And so what's left liquid is concentrated alcohol, and then they would drill a hole and drain that out.
Oh, Lord.
And so you'd have a higher proof alcohol. That can be poison. It can blind you or kill you, or it can be good. So that method of making alcohol is actually illegal now. But and that was called
freeze distillation.
Yeah, that.
And I may or may not have done that in high school.
Yeah, they call that apple. In America, they call it applejacking, and so in the name of that, they call this apple brandy Applejack. But you can actually, I've seen a few things like doing it with fruit juice. They're saying like if you mostly freeze fruit juice, the last bit that's still liquid is like really concentrated flavor. And if you drill a hole in the ice and get that out, you've got like this super flavor juice. If that's the thing you want to do, I don't know. But I forget why I even brought it up now. But you know, that's the whole thing. Anyway, non-alcohol.
Yeah. We never froze alcohol. I mean, that shit didn't last long enough in the freezer, you know.
Well, I've got my freezer martini. It doesn't freeze. But I did see a website sort of talking about doing that with the lower alcohol stuff, like liqueurs and whatnot. And I was thinking, yeah, that's illegal pretty much everywhere. You shouldn't be recommending people to do that.
Didn't you make Vegemite vodka or something once?
Yeah, but that was just sitting Vegemite in vodka, which just made
Still
something
yeast.
truly awful.
It's still yeast.
It is. No, I didn't ferment it or anything. I literally just did it for the flavor. But yes, you literally could theoretically use Vegemite as a base for a fermented drink.
Has anyone ever done that?
I
hope
feel
not.
like they must have.
I hope not. That'd be fucking terrible. Imagine drinking Vegemite. Like,
Dude, are you not an Australian?
Yeah. Well, I made you drink Vegemite vodka.
Yeah, like I drank.
I can eat the shit. I can eat it when it's not too thick, but I'm not eating that shit. Like, no.
I do actually
So
have
nothing
what
to
I'm hearing
prove.
is no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got nothing to prove on this one. Fuck that.
I do actually have a distilled spirit from Archie Rose that they call Archimite, Vegemite in the base ferment. It doesn't really taste like Vegemite. It is a kind of salty vodka flavor. But yeah, no, the stuff where I just put Vegemite in vodka and let it sit for a while, that was pretty fucking gross, quite honestly.
Oh, but it wasn't the worst thing I've ever had. Like you had us drink it in the city of Melbourne, some like back alley or something.
we wouldn't attract any attention, and most people were fairly dignified and just went, "That wasn't great." And Amarise just went and just spat it out.
She had like a visceral, like physical reaction to it, and we were all lined up. She was the last one, I think.
Yeah.
No, she was the first one to have it.
I don't even remember. Just her reaction was the funniest.
Like most of us are seasoned drinkers. We all had our thing. It's like, this is disgusting, but it's not the worst thing I had. She was just full on projectiles. It wasn't vomiting, but yeah, she's just projectiling it out on the streets. And we're all looking at it thinking, the fuck kind of lightweight are you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I gave her shit for it for so long. It was great.
Lugia, I do think technically you could ferment or use Vegemite in a ferment, yes, and you would get a very savory beverage out of that. It would be a very umami beverage.
Fucking
What I would
Domino's
say
did
about
Vegemite
alcohol, you
pizzas.
can almost ferment anything. There's like almost no limit.
Vegemite pizzas at Domino's. I was like, oh hell yeah, you know, I gotta try that. And I fucking hop skipped down there and the cunt was just fucking toast with cheese. Like it was shit. It was like Vegemite and cheese on toast. Like I was so mad. And I paid like $16 for the cunt too. I was so fucking angry.
Jeez.
Yeah,
That
no,
is
it's
the
not
most Australian sentence I have ever heard.
Oh dear. But I mean, there was a gelato place on Lygon Street that at one point, had Vegemite gelato. It just tasted like salted caramel. It's
They did
I
chocolate.
took it. I got it almost as a dare, Vegemite ice cream, but it just tasted like salted caramel.
Yeah, they did. Cadbury's did the Vegemite chocolate for a little bit there too.
Yes, I had that, and it honestly wasn't the worst thing in the world. It also tasted a fair bit like salted caramel.
It was
But
weird.
you get that weird European stuff like the super dark licorice that's just really heavily salted. That's more intense than Vegemite, honestly. It's
Yeah,
Cool.
that Marmite shit. I can eat Vegemite, but fucking Marmite, I just don't know. Something about that, it's way too much.
I haven't had Marmite in ages, but I was always okay with. And there was also Promite, which was like a much sweeter version of the whole thing.
It's a shame that Marmite's really bad for you anyway.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Like
it
use
all
it
is
like
really.
orange rinds or something.
Oh God, I don't know.
Or is
So they have on like the Vegemite jar. They're like, "Hi, vitamin C, good for you," and it's just like, no, it's not. It
No,
might
it's
be
not.
good in vitamins, but there's nothing good about eating Vegemite.
No, there's way too much salt in Vegemite for it to be good for you. But although mind you, the thing that's come out the last couple of years, cheese and Vegemite scrolls from bakeries. I love those things. Baker's Delight does them, and they're pretty good. But there's a place not far from here that got famous during lockdowns, Sebi's Scrolls, and they do a cinnamon and icing scroll, which is super yummy. But their Vegemite and cheese scroll is friggin' amazing. And I think it's a major effort of willpower of me that I only get it a couple times a year because it's not very far away. And I'm working from home and I could just go around and get one. I did it last week actually. And I used an excuse. It's like, oh, I need to get this thing. And the health food shop down there is going to sell it. The health food shop that's on the same street as Sebi's Scrolls. So if I'm going right past Sebi's Scrolls, I probably should just go there. And I got them, and Mrs. Angry, it's like I was being decadent. I mean, yeah, but I feel like it's been 2-3 months since I've got this. So it's a reward for that level of willpower. But they're just so fucking yummy. And they're one of those places that's like, we've got them till they're sold. Like because it's it's a pastry thing. So it's got a rise and all that shit. So they make a set number of them. And when they're gone, and they sell out every day. So
I just thought of something that I have that we could do on a live feed that would fuck all the Americans' brains up.
Oh no.
And it'd kind of be pretty funny, but it's disturbing.
All right.
So
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
and the Australians will understand why when I say this. You know how we did this CDs and the DVDs, all that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've managed to collect all the cigarette packets and the images on them.
Oh,
poster ads. Oh no.
Yes.
I love it how with most most people who are smoking like intensively and everything, they bought these packets to put over the cigarette packets to cover up.
Fuck that! I collect them.
Yeah, that's soft. You've just got to embrace the horror. If you're gonna smoke.
If you're gonna smoke, you might as well do it properly. I just don't know where I put them. I think I put them in this drawer.
Oh god, he has actually got them there. Okay.
Well,
So, on the side, like outside of my normal behavior, I do horn acting, which is around Halloween time. We get paid to dress up as characters, go into these mazes, and scare the fuck out of people.
Yeah,
and that's kind of how I actually met my fiance. And I showed her like one packet when I went over there, and she's like, "I need them all." So me being me, collected them all.
yeah, so I gotta find them. I don't even one of these fucking drawers.
Oh yes, I actually do thoroughly enjoy people, particularly from the States, because I know similar things do happen in some countries, but definitely not in the States, and actually showing it to them.
I literally.
Yeah. Okay, where's the spotlight feature? You're coming. See, no, we're just gonna put you up there, so we can
Let me.
Do we have any Americans in the chat? That's what I want to
Loogie's
know.
there.
Loogie is, yeah.
Okay.
It'll do. Yeah, it'll go up for history.
Traumatized Loogie.
All right, we'll start with some simple ones. We'll put our old Strokey up there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's just someone
Old
having a stroke.
Strokey.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say
So
this.
I
though,
don't smoke, so all these are new to me.
Yeah, she looks identical to actually one of my close friends' mums who had a fucking stroke, but she is the spitting image of her.
It's probably really someone who had a stroke. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that one, and we got the UTI. That one's.
Oh, okay. So that's pretty benign. You're just gonna piss blood if you're gonna piss blood.
It lets you know what's happening. Don't worry, it'll tell you.
Nice.
And then you got which one's this one? Oh yeah, this is my heart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're starting to get somewhere, aren't we? So
Yeah.
Normally I have to go
Do
onto
you have,
Reddit for
regular
shit like
cigarette
this.
packages, or do you have like cigar packages and stuff as well?
I don't have the cigar ones. I don't fuck with
Oh,
that shit. Then we got we got the glory hole.
Oh, that's the great one. Oh,
Glory.
That's a serious motherfucker.
You somehow made it worse by calling it the glory hole.
yeah, look, it's not gay if you use a glory hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
Now,
no.
Australians who have smoked and like kind of know the history of this one will understand this one. We got Ides McGee.
Oh, that's an
Aids
old one.
McGee.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
Brian. So Brian's family sued the cigarette companies for using his image, saying he died of cancer. He actually died of AIDS, and they just stole his image.
Okay.
I thought he was
Classy.
just dressing up as a mummy for some kind of party.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, Oz Comic Con.
Okay.
Fuck. This is. I don't like these ones. This is the child. So I am.
Oh, that's yeah.
Fuck around that one.
He cares about kids, honestly.
Ah,
Yeah, it's same as this one. Like I'll show up, but yeah, I
I
don't really
know
like
that-
shit to do with
that's a
kids.
good
You
one.
know? All right, now to the good
Well,
ones.
there's still truth in it.
good ones, he says.
Yeah, there's two left after this one. There's three, but this one's like, put out a cigarette, fucking bad for you.
Oh
Like, we
yeah,
don't
no,
know.
that's pretty.
Weak sauce.
That's weak sauce. Yeah.
Then we got smile for the camera.
Oh, the teeth one's one of my favorites. Yeah.
Yeah, this one's good, isn't it? And it even shows you the fucking up close.
Give us a kiss, love.
Mwah.
Oh, that's nasty.
All right, the last one. This is probably the most fucking disturbing one of them all.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you kick a football too fucking hard, eh?
Oh, that's gangrene.
I
Yeah.
went through customs with this box. He took it out my pocket because I got secondary screened. He fucking pulls it out and just goes.
Which customs?
US, like the one that will deny.
Oh,
you.
okay. Yeah, okay.
He literally pulls it out and he's just like.
I hear that voice as well with the teeth, bum fungus. Brushing your drink, governor.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, America, if you want cigarette packets, come to Australia. You got to pay $50 for them, but they're fucking
like,
worth it.
What was it on The Simpsons? The big British Book of Smiles.
Oh.
Yeah. Please stop no more.
I've had them sitting in my drawer for like a year, right? So I'm supposed to take them over with me, but I'm going over on a fucking visa. Now, if I walk through customs and I've got those packets in that bag, we all know what that bag usually means, and you got those cigarette packets, and I get secondary screened, and they pull that cunt out. There's no way they're letting me in that country.
Buddy, just send it via mail.
I'm making her take it. She's a citizen.
If they're empty, why wouldn't they?
Because
they're going to
they'll be
have
scanning it, and they'll be scanning it, questioning it, and if they have any reason to deny you or any reason to think that they can deny you on a ESTA, they just will. So
yeah.
Good.
But she's coming here, so she can take it.
If you're going to take it over across the seas, just assemble the packet, like flatten it and everything. You probably get it through that way. So just having hollow boxes in your luggage.
I could see it causing problems, though. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm just going to send it with her. They can't kick her out of the country. So.
Oh, you know, I'm going to try.
What's that? I think I've seen them in
Zero. I brought it out here. I'm going to make it up. So, which whiskey do you think I should?
My tea.
Really rich.
They're fucked. They're proper wrecked. I'm an example of not smoking. Don't do it. I'm a dickhead for it, but whatever.
That's Hibiki can stand up to just about anything.
While you're mixing it up, I'm just going to use the facilities.
So I'm going to use the facilities. I'm going to mix up a drink.
He just he did that fucking message send thing so perfect.
Sorry, never explained that.
No, that's right.
Who did what now?
When he went past, he did the fucking but it sounded exactly like the message tone. When you send a message to someone, like the iPhone message, and it makes that sound perfect.
Alright, well, it's not.
See if we can fix it.
Yeah, it's the cheapest cigarettes now, $34 for 20s.
Yeah, I'm used to doing it.
Okay.
Swear to God, like when my son.
I gotta quit. I
was
really
like,
do.
I opened up the door and he goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "It came," and he's going, "What? It wasn't a problem." And I was like, "Really?"
I would, but my food stamps got shut off this month due to paperwork. Fuck up. I'm getting it fixed though. I think didn't food stamps just get cut? I think I was reading somewhere that like the food stamps and stuff, like the money that you get on the EBT cards or whatever, actually got cut. It was like not by much, but it was enough to make a bit of a difference.
God, now I can't fix this before. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix the doorknob, which is broken.
Oh, they went up. Oh, I fucking thought it went down.
Got the doorknob in my hand.
Just get a screwdriver and fucking jam it into the little metal rod that's in it, and then you just turn with a screwdriver, man.
Oh no, I got it. Took me a while, but I got it. No, it's really. I did actually look up videos on YouTube on how to fix a door, and it seemed to make sense. And they're like, "Yeah, you do this thing with a bigger screw," and it's like, "Oh no, this whole thing's absolutely fucked." Okay, cool. So, alrighty, I am making Hibiki. This Hibiki's good. Okay.
Should take my fucking meds, don't I?
All right. New syrup. Ooh, that's a really rich syrup. Should be that.
You're locked in the booze room now. There are worse places to be locked, aren't there?
I'm in the booze room for sure. All right, now I just got to stir this. Here's my stirring finger. Here it is. Alrighty. So let's see. That one. That one. That one.
Oh, that's I think 2026 or 28. Stuff, I think, but I'm getting it renewed before I move because
You right?
Yeah, no, just
yeah. But I've only got till April on my visa, so I got to renew that.
All right.
Look at these two of the drinks; they look affable.
These are like mini old fashions with the Hibiki whiskey, but with the spiced brown sugar syrup that I made. I love the Hibiki still coming through though.
Yeah, I want to get down there. We'll have to link up, man. I want to
Oh
try
yeah, hell yeah!
today.
Tell you what, this one's actually better, I think, than the other one we had. I think that brown sugar syrup really suits the Hibiki.
So like, there's a lot going on for this one.
It really is. Also, I just made the syrup today, and it's just like my favorite thing to do. Like, slice up apples, cover them in brown sugar. The brown sugar liquefies because of the moisture in the apples. Then you toast your cooking spices. I did nutmeg, cinnamon, cloves, allspice, cardamom. Toast that up so all the flavors are coming out, and then pour the syrup and apples into that and stew it up for a while so the flavors really permeate. And you got this really richly flavored brown sugar syrup then. God damn, it goes good with brown spirits. Safa, you know, so this also, yeah, the quite thematically matching shirts wasn't planned. It just kind of happened. But it works, I think.
So have you told Alex about his lifespan now decreasing?
In regards to what?
He's on your channel, bro.
Oh, dead people. Sorry. Yeah.
You should probably warn him that, you know, now that he's been live, every time you go live, it drops by.
Hadn't been live. To be fair, the only one I can think of who's dead who'd been on live was AIDS. The rest of them were on.
See that that guy that you would hang out with a lot when we had those
the
crutches
cane.
and stuff?
Yeah.
He was wondering.
You know,
he died.
All his
You know,
well, it's he died 20 years later than everyone thought he would die.
the number of times I've had to go to hospital for surgery increased by 100% after I started appearing on your channel.
Yeah. No, but I haven't actually counted for a while, and for all I know, there's some I don't know about. But I think it was at about the 10-year mark when I realized, like, I'd been on YouTube for 10 years, and there were 6 dead people in my videos, and I was very unsettled. And the number went up by several since then, just that I know about. For fuck's sake, there could be people I don't know about. But yeah,
I'm not saying you're a jinx. I'm just saying I got on your live feed not long ago and I got a chest infection and quit my job. So I mean, things aren't exactly fucking.
Were you actually lying there going, is this the curse of angry? Is he killing me?
Yeah.
The angry curse.
Now I'm just a fucking statistic. Great.
Happened to us. It'll happen to you.
Oh my god. We're at okay, yes, midnight. We've got to that dark stage on the stream.
Yeah, it happens.
I will be going to bed soon.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty reasonable option.
Look, if I die in my sleep, I don't want to blame you, but I feel like I should blame you.
I'll blame you. Don't worry, I got
die
you.
in your sleep here, I'd cop a bit of blame, I think.
If I die in my sleep, I will be very angry at you.
Questions would be asked. Could you imagine? This is why I always kind of worried about saying certain things on streams, because then if something happened to someone you were making jokes about, and I don't know, the cops see the recording, and you're like, yeah, but that was a joke. But it happened. Yeah, but we were only joking. And yet he fell into a shredder. Yeah, I know, but
we have photo evidence of you putting him in the shredder. Yeah, but it was a joke at the time.
Yeah, but do you?
Just be like, you've seen Jackass, right? Like, surely
Oh,
you get a
yeah.
joke.
yeah, it's okay. See, Safa, but I don't know. See, Safa, you might not show your face on stream, but you've hung out with me in person. That could be just as bad.
Yeah, I mean, they were all in the videos, which means they'd hung out in person, which means you're doomed.
Yeah, I think so. Oh god. Oh god. Drama reference. Oh, that's such a good reference.
Oh, see, Futurama references are next level.
You got us with that. That was perfect.
I don't know what's better, the name or the comment, honestly.
Oh, and honestly, thank you, Strictly Sega, for the bright book. Well, most people who die haven't been on the angry stream. So that's
statistically, yes.
That's glass half full thinking right there. That's
Hey, did you see that Clive Palmer is talking about making the Titanic 2 again, but he's actually like looking to put fucking money towards it now? Like, could you imagine?
Oh, let it go.
I actually saw a thing on Facebook about it. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
Do we not remember what happened to the first one?
Didn't he spend talking about making a prehistoric some kind of museum for kids with animatronics or something? Or am I thinking of someone else?
I feel like he did.
Yeah.
Actually.
Like he wanted to genetically do the whole Jurassic Park thing where he could clone.
He did say that, yeah.
Clone shit. Yeah. He couldn't do it because the technology doesn't exist.
Because
so we sort of put animatronics. They're like, oh goody, so we're going to do the Titanic. We'll be looking at an animatronic Titanic.
That cunt reminds me of an adult Cartman.
Yes.
Yes.
That Clive Palmer is adult Eric Cartman. Oh my god. Yes. That makes so much sense.
Like, where are you going to set? We're in Australia. You're going to build it here and just sell it to fucking Tasmania? Like, what are you going to do?
The weirdest thing about Clive Palmer, he's just trying to get attention saying that Titanic 2 shit. But a replica,
what kind of shit has he done this time?
A replica of the Titanic would not even be a very impressive ship now. Like,
yeah, by today's standards.
It would be
Tasmania's better.
Nothing. Yeah, Spirit of Tasmania is as impressive as the fucking.
And they got enough lifeboats.
Yeah. And because you get those weird fuck off huge super cruise liners now that are floating floating fucking cities.
Yeah.
Disney has a whole fucking theme park on one. Like they got the Disney Sea
Don't they have
thing,
more
whatever
than
it is.
one?
Probably. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean it's Disney. They're probably fucking, you know.
Like Clyde Palmer aside, I heard that there was like another person who was funding the a replica of the Titanic and was actually going through with it, but I don't know where that's gone.
I know there are a variety of people with far too much money and far too little sense
It's
in the
like
world.
good on you if you're going to build one for if you want people to come on board and see the technology that they had back then as a walk-on museum piece. But ultimately, what's the point?
Yeah,
What's the appeal? It's
yeah,
ancient technology that failed.
yeah. It's very,
Literally though, it didn't just fail. It failed so bad they fixed things. Like
so as Luke, you say, you might have been a point you were on a stream years ago. Shortly after that, you got a diagnosis. Am I stealing people's life? Maybe, that YouTube might be my portrait of Dorian Gray. I don't know, because there were a lot of much younger people on various videos of mine. Maybe I'm stealing their life force. Who's to say? I mean, was there some ancient curse that I can only thwart by sacrificing innocence in my place? Maybe. I don't
Dubbo
know.
curse.
Yeah, the Dubbo curse, the curse of West Dubbo. It's I have to periodically take a young innocent back to West Dubbo, and they're never heard of again. So,
you fucking know that one of them
You
trolls
don't
is
have
going
to
to
do
cut
anything. That is the
well, no,
curse.
you
West
just
Dubbo.
have to take someone to West Dubbo, and the curse takes
That-
over.
yeah.
You know
Yeah.
one of these trolls is going to go watch this and cut the fuck out of that comment, right? You're going to be on some shit. Like,
Why, look at the amount of viewers we got on here. 5. Do we have like one?
No,
troll at least 5 that will do that?
all we need is one random obsessive weirdo.
Mm.
And it's like, you don't need a lot of people. You just need one real
Don't when you
weirdo.
think about it, like any publicity is good publicity.
not that sort of publicity. Fucking with kids is not good publicity. I can tell you this because we've all seen what happened to Rolf Harris.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, it's not good. Finally went down, but oh no, sorry, I didn't say that. That was actually literally unintentional. But anyway, moving right along. Yikes.
If they did make the Titanic 2, right? No,
Yeah.
they're not. But if they did,
Yeah.
like, how accurate do you think they're going to make it though? Because you got to remember, this was like coal power. They had fuckers shoveling coal into the shit.
Yes,
I'm
they
sure
wouldn't.
it'll be diesel
It wouldn't
powered.
have the same engines. It would absolutely not have the same engines because that would be ridiculous.
It would be cool if they did, but it would. I think it'd be more
It would
expensive.
It would be Clive Palmer's jam to actually make it coal powered and
True,
get
actually,
um,
true. Yes.
That awkward
It-
moment when he wants to be so accurate, he sends it out to sea and commissions a giant iceberg to
Iceberg.
crash into. We're going for vintage. We're going for accuracy.
He's like, look, my one won't sink. Hit it.
Authenticity.
Oh my god, it's a whole thing.
You know, they made like
Should be
3 or
one
4
hour.
Titanic movies, right? Like there's
Really?
not just one. Yeah, there's a sequel.
Yeah, raise the
Why?
Titanic and
It hits a
Yeah.
tsunami or something. Like it. I bet you can't guess how it ends.
There were actually like social media posts, and I never knew if they were real, of young people thinking Titanic was just a Leonardo DiCaprio movie, and they had
Oh.
no idea that it was a thing that actually happened. It's hard to be sure, but yeah, there are people who
Dumb.
never read books, don't know anything about history.
I would watch
So
the fuck
maybe.
out of Titanic NATO. I agree, bum
Yeah.
fungus.
Where tornadoes so big it picks up multiple cruise liners and brings them at cities or something.
Dude, no, think about it. All you got to do is have a tornado deep enough to suction up the Titanic from the bottom of the ocean, rip it apart, and throw it. Bang, Titanic NATO.
If there was a cyclone strong enough to do that, I'm pretty sure we'd all be fucked.
But yes, no, picking up flinging it and all the skeletons getting thrown at people in the Titanic NATO.
And then we could do like a Finding Nemo fucking spin-off, and it'd be like, Finding Nemo, why is there a fucking door in my house?
All right, nice classic reference from Loogie that I'm the reincarnation of Elizabeth Bathory. For those who don't know, the Blood Countess, as Loogie says, she was reputed to preserve her youth by bathing in the blood of virgins.
In this day and age, where are you going to find a virgin?
enough virgins to fill up the blood, you know.
Not Catholic school.
I
Okay,
dated a
you know
girl in
what?
Catholic
Oh
school.
no!
A Catholic girls' school.
No.
Like I saw a meme that I quite enjoyed. I think some people could have been phrasing it in just a very hostile, angry way, but there was an element of it I quite liked. It was like, 30 years ago, people going, "Oh, look, I found another picture of grandma," and it's some young lady in a very conservative outfit, whatnot, and it's like 100 years from now, kids going, "Oh, look, I found another picture of grandma," and it's like an Instagram thirst trap in a bikini.
No.
And I was just like, but I just kind of like that, the idea that in 100 years they're just like, hey, grandma was getting it,
I've been watching like a few clips on Facebook about these people talking about OnlyFans and stuff, and they made a similar comment like, like you have a kid, like how awkward is it going to be, like your kid going to school and they look up the kids, their boys and everything, look up their parents' OnlyFans just to throw it in this poor kid's face, and like leading up into the future, you got like a grandkid saying, "Oh, what was grandma like?" It's like, you don't want to know what grandma was like back in her day.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm kind of on board with grandma getting some, but I also saw, I was just thinking a Facebook memory recently. It was really funny. There used to be some stuff on Foxtel that was actually in breach of Australian broadcast laws, like because of the level of nudity and whatnot.
That naked news and shit like that.
Naked news was one of them. What? Yeah. It was literally naked women reading news.
And it was on Comedy Channel too. Like it was completely like on an unblocked channel.
And they got in trouble. And there was another, The Wonderful World of Sex or something.
Yeah, I remember that one.
But they had the doco Australia After Dark, which was made in the 70s, and it's fucking hilarious. Just people getting down to all sorts of action and whatnot. And I remember I watched it, and there was all these various bits where, orgies happening, and of course it's the 70s, so it's massive amounts of pubic hair and whatnot. And it was just like whole forests happening. And but I was watching it going, that's someone's grandma, because it was made in the 1970s, and I was just going, yeah,
They're
that's someone's
boomers.
grandma.
Yeah.
It just made it so much more entertaining to watch that someone's grandpa and grandma on there getting up to all sorts of shenanigans.
Yeah, it's the same for like OnlyFans. Like, give it like 50 years from now, you'll be looking at I know you were on that OnlyFans thing like 50 years ago. I've seen everything about you. It's like
I kind of look at it like the Marilyn Monroe thing. Like eventually it'll just get looked at like, like people will just get used to the fact that their parent, because like think about fucking Pornhub. There's like millions of videos on that shit. It's got to the point.
It's going to be so out there that it's going to make today's porn look tame as. It's going to make porn of today look like old grannies lifting the hem of their skirt up. Look at my knees. Ooh,
wearing a two-piece swimsuit. Yeah, and it's just like,
I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue.
No, I don't think it. But it's like I said, I just found it a fun image. I kind of think the people who were posting it were trying to be very negative and judgmental, but I just kind of liked something for comparison. Oh, look, I found a picture of Grandma, and the demurring of Haiti and 100s. I found a picture of Grandma. Instagram thirst trap, and I don't know. I just liked it. It was like, yeah, Grandma. She knew what was what. And
Yeah, grandma fucked.
also,
Grandma
I think
fucked a lot because they always had a lot of kids.
yeah, they definitely. And then,
Yeah.
thank the,
Well,
Catholic
in a
Church
in a
all that
day
shit.
and
yeah,
age
yeah.
when like 80% of your kids would die, you
That-
needed a
have
lot.
you ever-
You had to play the numbers game.
Yeah.
Have you ever
Bingo.
seen those stories where someone's researched the history of sleep and they said, oh, the sleeping all through the night is a relatively recent invention.
What?
Like in the 1800s, people would sleep for 4 hours and then they'd be awake for a while and they'd do some stuff and then they'd sleep for another 3-4 hours. And the way they phrase it, it's like 1800s, like, yes, like a married couple would wake up in the middle of the night and they'd do chores. And I went, yeah, that's what they would do.
Mhm.
They would
Oh,
wake up
yeah.
in the middle of the night with no electricity and no lights, and they would do chores.
And
No,
I
they
hope
weren't.
someone hasn't pulled someone out of the bed and replaced them.
It's just sad that back in that era there was like no one to really compete with that notion. So people just imagined thought
Yeah.
it was like that was the case.
Yeah.
Now thanks to social
Yeah.
media and the internet to confirm, arguably speaking,
it-
these theories.
It's like
See-
every time in history that historians find same-sex couples, and they're
Yeah.
always the
Best
best
friend.
of friends, just
wasn't
gals
like
being
president.
pals.
One of the
There was
presidents in the US was,
literally-
wasn't he?
There was a caption for an illustration in some book. It was a contemporary illustration of two naked women in bed fondling each other. And the caption said something like, there's no way to know what was happening here.
What?
And it was like,
Yes. Yeah.
Was it done by some
Yeah.
kind of like religious nut that
it's weird.
couldn't visually see the
I thought.
Oh,
I think
I-
there
no
was a
way to be
US
sure
president
what they
that
could
used
be
to
doing.
like. I think there was like a thing with one of the US presidents. I don't know if it was Washington or something like that, where like he used to sleep with dudes in the same bed, and then there's this whole thing like he was the president, he could have his own bed. Like what the fuck? It was wild.
Oh, it's a whole thing. Oh, Strictly Sega. I don't think it was Doug Mulray, wasn't it? Mick Malloy. Mick Malloy had been given his own show with no constraints, which turned out to
Oh,
not produce
yeah,
particularly
that's
good
a
quality
mistake.
TV. And Kerry Packer saw it, and because it was on his thing, Channel 9, and he literally called up and said, "Get this shit off the air now." And they pulled it. I was like, damn.
Jesus.
There's a man who's got fucking manners and respect about people.
Yeah, oh, he's a stand-up guy. I remember because he died and got resuscitated, and like his heart had stopped for 5 minutes or something.
Jeez.
Kerry Packer.
Kerry Packer. This was
What,
a long
they-
time ago.
They actually discovered he had a heart.
Yeah. But I remember Kerry Packer doing interviews and saying, like, because he'd been dead for 5 minutes or something, and he's going, "Oh, do you want the bad news? There's no heaven. Oh, you want the good news? There's no hell either." And I remember my mum, who was quite religious, thinking he was being obnoxious, and I was an atheist at this stage, but didn't want to get in a fight with my mum, but just said, "Look, honestly, the fact that Kerry Packer doesn't see heaven after death is not something that the rest of us should concern ourselves with."
I remember reading that, Sega. I remember reading that he got a fucking kidney donated to him by his pilot, and then he just fired him because he was like, "Fuck you." Like,
I never heard that
Yeah.
he fired him. I heard the literal opposite. Like it was illegal for him to give the guy any money for the kidney because you can't buy body organs off people. And even if it was an after the fact gratitude thing, it would have been illegal. I'm not saying he didn't fire the dude.
Yeah, I read
I
that he
don't
did,
know.
but I mean, it's fucking the internet, you know. I mean, the internet
Yeah.
also says that fucking dinosaurs weren't real, and you know.
Well, let's. I'm just gonna. We're on the internet. Did Carrie Packer marry his secretary? Oh, that's a fun one.
Probably.
I don't care if he married his secretary.
Was it marrying secretaries?
Did he fire his pilot? Cocaine fuels Packer pilot ripoff. Wow, that is not what I was expecting.
But I kind of do expect cocaine in the title.
Oh no, wait, that is him. This is from 2007. Former banker who defrauded Kerry Packer's kidney donor pilot of more than $1 million committed the offences because of a cocaine addiction. Wow, that is not related to the question we're asking, but it does my head in. Okay, here's a Reddit thread, actually. After suffering a heart attack, being saved by one of the few ambulances in the state fitted with a defibrillator, Australian billionaire Kerry Packer went halves with the state government to get one. That's true. He did pay for the defibrillators to be in every ambulance.
I didn't know
Uh, was it? Someone brought up the thing about his pilot. I saw it.
if it's not in the top like 5-6 things, I just consider it bullshit. You know what I mean? Like that's something that would be posted. But I do remember seeing something about it. So, like I said, it was probably fucking crap on Facebook.
Packer donor gets $3.3 million property. He's helicopter pilot who gave his boss a kidney and the property. Packer gave him a $3 million property on Pittwater.
Oh, damn. I'd still need a little bit more for my kidney. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm not just handing my kidney over for something like.
Yeah, but the guy literally did it because he genuinely liked Kerry Packer. He didn't. It was illegal for him to be paid anything to do it, and he was just like he literally. It was like this. Yes, this will actually save Kerry Packer's life, and he's going. Well, I'll do it. Which is just that guy had some fucked up attitudes and priorities, basically. Packer had a history of helping staff with housing. The pilot had a home built on Packer's country estate in the 90s. No, it seems like he didn't fire the guy. He literally gave the guy millions of dollars worth of property.
Well, that was nice.
There you go. Oh, Strictly Sega looked it up. It happened to Doug Mulray. Okay, I believe you. Funniest Home Videos spin off Australia's Naughtiest Home Videos. Halfway through an episode, one-off special, as in off Gold Boomerang, by call the second, get the shit off the air. Okay. And again, that's not all that surprising, quite honestly. But now I'm just going to look up Mick Malloy, Kerry Packer. I said TV's Hall of Shame. What's this? Ben Elton live from Planet Earth. Yeah, that was a disaster. The White Room, The Catch-Up. Desmond's getting married. Okay, this is all shows that failed. Okay. Oh, yes, ABC's The National. Mick Malloy, 9, 1999. 9 may have had some regrets when Malloy's opening monologue on the first episode had him urinating on set. Same episode.
What?
Yeah, no, he was pissing against the wall.
Oh,
Footage of a contestant vomiting at a beer drinking competition. Viewers appeared unimpressed, even though 9 took the unusual step of committing to 20 episodes without seeing a pilot. Only 8 went to air. Almost a decade later, 9 appeared to risk repeating history. Signed up Malloy again. In the Nation, not as controversial. Okay, so Strictly Sega was... Oh, God, do I have to put the banner up? Strictly Sega was completely right, and I was completely wrong.
Wrong on the internet.
Wow.
Yeah, wrong on the internet. Yes, I have to put it up. Strictly Sega was completely right, and I was completely wrong. Mick Malloy was just not very successful. It was Doug Mulray that Kerry Packer saw and said, I love Strictly Sega saying it's late, I'm excused. Like, it's late, you've been drinking whiskey. You know,
Sega's just straight up, like, Sega is like the nicest fucking person ever, and I've never even met him. Like, he's just such a nice person, though. Like, you'll be like, yeah, I'm kind of tired of my job. I can help you out. Oh, yeah, I fucked up on the internet. Nah, it's just late. Like, you know, like, it's just, he's so nice.
It's very, very forgiving, but so I won't leave the banner up for a long time. I just need to acknowledge. But it's really funny how those two got mashed in my mind. Mick Malloy did a show. I do remember the thing about him urinating against a wall, upsetting people. And somehow they got mashed up in my mind with Doug Mulray, where Kerry Packer actually called the station and said, get this shit off the air. And I'd heard both stories, and in my memory, it was Mick Malloy he did that to. But it wasn't. It was Doug Mulray. Uncle Doug. But yeah, so... Oof, what are we? 12:30. I don't know. How's everyone surviving?
I'm dying. I'm about to go to sleep.
It's
so
9:30
I'm heading
for me,
off.
so I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to take the banner off because I don't want to just launch into another stream to instantly be wrong on the internet. Although I probably would be, you know.
Just in general, you're just wrong on the internet.
Yeah.
Not technically incorrect. You're just wrong.
Yes. On a regular basis. It's a thing.
Anyway, I gotta go because I gotta wake up at 8 in the morning.
Yeah, you got stuff on.
And
yeah, no, I've got stuff I'm meant to be doing tomorrow as well. So
I don't have to do shit for a very long time after today.
After that really spectacular sign off you did, which again, I'm not wearing a hat, but hat tip.
Right. I told this little motherfucker that I don't want to work for somebody that I'm taller than, and his face dropped. He was just so devastated at his heart.
Really?
You gotta post this on r/revenge or something. You gotta. There's a Reddit thread for this. There's a subreddit for this.
Spectacular acts of quitting. That's pretty fucking memorable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can't go back. There's no option now.
That is the categorical bridge burning right there. But sometimes motherfuckers need to know you're gonna burn them. So
Joke's on them. I already got fucking 2 job offers as soon as I quit. I literally got a phone call when I hung up, and I was like,
nice.
So.
Nice. That's how we like it. Alrighty. Yes, Strictly Sega had a fun night. It was a good night. And I'm fading. So peace out, y'all. See you another time. I do have a
as
Saturday.
they say in Valinor, Nemarie.
I've heard they say that actually.
As I say here,
it's
bye.
It's Quenya for farewell.
As they say in Australia, fuck off.
Yeah.
Or as they say in Sindarin, Navia.
Actually, when we're talking Lord of the Rings lore,
Mm.
this is Lord of the Rings. Like in the 70s, all the bloody fantasy magazines would always have the female characters in like chainmail bikinis and ridiculous shit.
You've said
There's a meme
said
someone
this.
did online. There's an illustration of what's her name from
It's the
Rohan?
Rohirrim.
Yes.
Yes.
What was her name?
Galadriel?
Eowyn. In
Eowyn.
chainmail
Eowyn.
bikini.
Yeah, and they've got this thing of Eowyn in a chainmail bikini, and some people go, "This is the sort of dumb sexist shit that was just accepted in the 70s." And someone said, "No, but think about it. Eowyn could blend in with the men, and they thought she was one of them. That means all the men were wearing this outfit too, with their asses hanging out." and someone else just finished like, "Yes, that thundering sound as the Rohirrim rode into battle was not the hooves of their horses; it was the clapping of their ass cheeks."
And every time you say Rohirrim instead of Rohirrim, a horse dies.
But
What the
A
fuck?
fairy horse.
yeah, fuck horses. But anyway, yes.
You do.
That's the final. That's like the Jerry Springer final word. Just you know what? Fuck horses. Not.
Look, I don't know what they do in Dubbo, but if you get up to that shit, I don't want to know.
Seriously, fucking horses is so far down the list of bad things that happen in Dubbo. West Dubbo in particular. But anyway, I swear to God, I'll go back to Dubbo someday, and one person will have heard all this shit about me. And it will
Oi, you!
But even when, like a couple of the lads that they haven't been around for a while, but a couple of lads I went to school with were actually coming onto the stream occasionally and saying hi. But whenever we shit talk West Dubbo, they're like, "Yeah, fuck West Dubbo." And it's just...
How did West Dubbo as a meme actually start?
I think it might be
Position.
Chog. I think it was Chog who started it, actually. Wasn't me.
Okay.
think
Or
it was Chog.
Safa just said West Dubbo one day, or
Maybe.
could have
I
been Chog.
kind of,
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think Chog might have started the stuff about West Dubbo. But either way,
Fair enough.
it's
It works.
Anyway,
Who gives a fuck who started
outta
it? It's
here.
good. Like.
Yeah.
All right, later.
So if anyone's
Navia
around, I
Melanin.
might see you on Sunday, but you'll take care.
A
for
minute,
now.
Suede.
Oi.